Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are very delighted today at the Applied Linguistic Research Lab in the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University to inaugurate our fourth symposium with a focus on innovation in applied linguistics and emerging technology. The symposium is organized under the College of Humanities and Sciences in Prince Sultan University, the university that's been ranked as the first private non-profit university in the kingdom with a bold vision to be one of the leading universities in the world. The College of Humanities and Sciences aspires to be the leader in humanities and sciences education and research in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. CHS is also committed to producing quality research with distinct societal impact. The College of Humanities and Sciences is on a dedicated mission, not only to provide the students with high-quality education in the fields of humanities and sciences, but also to advance knowledge, enhance cultural awareness, broaden horizons, and foster a culture that supports educational growth and lifelong learning skills. Thanks to its supportive and dedicated higher management, Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani, our symposium honorary chair, and our dynamic and inspiring dean, Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, and our dedicated vice president of the Women Campus, Dr. Hiba Khashaim. Now, a word will be given by our supportive and committed vice dean, Dr. Alia Mitchell. Dr. Alia is an assistant professor in the linguistics and about education and leads the teaching. Her research interests are multifarious, including quality assurance in higher education, assessment, language learning, and teaching, discourse analysis, and along with professional communication. As it's clearly shown, she is one of the inspiring leaders in the field. Dr. Alia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Asma. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and greetings to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, maybe good evening for some people who are joining. I welcome you all to the 4th International Symposium on Applied Linguistics Research. It is a pleasure to have you with us for this significant conference hosted by the Applied Linguistics Research Lab and the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University. The symposium's vibrant theme this year is Innovation in Applied Linguistics, Emerging Methods and Technologies, with a focus on foreign language learning, second language acquisition and language assessment, language policy, discourse analysis, psycholinguistics, bilingualism, translation and interpretation studies, and stylistics. The symposium bridges and combines interdisciplinary studies related to applied linguistics. Over 21 paper presentations, 6 poster presentations, 4 workshops, and a colloquium will comprise the 2-day program. In addition, we have 6 keynote speakers that will give talks on various topics, including academic discourse, socialization, agency and language education, code switching, and translanguaging, emotions in language learning, error correction, and vocabulary research. Presenters from around 10 countries, from Saudi Arabia, the UK, China, Italy, Spain, Algeria, Jordan, UAE, Pakistan, and the Czech Republic are here today to share their experiences and engage in fruitful discussions. I think it's also important to highlight that the Applied Linguistics Research Lab resides in the College of Humanities and Sciences, where our Linguistics and Translation Department is located. We have 2 programs in the department, Applied Linguistics and Translation, at the undergraduate level on the women's campus. Both programs are internationally accredited by HCRS and have an employability rate of 85 to 90% for its graduates. So the faculty members come from different backgrounds as well. Our alumni hold prestigious positions across the globe. For example, We have Moody El Saderi. She is the International Relations Specialist at the Saudi Arabian Olympic Committee in Saudi Arabia. We have, for another example, Hiba Ahmed. She is a speech expert at Surance Company in Germany. We have Dana El Jafra. She's a platform and content consultant in Turkey. We have Rinad El Jadid. She's a senior translator at Zad Holding in Jordan. We have Bilkisa Barak. She's an executive administrative assistant at the CEO office for the Saudi Space Commission here in Saudi Arabia. The department also hosts an annual Young English Linguist competition where different high school students compete. Students from the translation program also take part in the annual regional translation competition conducted by the Translation and Authoring Center at Prince Sultan University in the College of Humanities and Sciences. Another achievement of the department are collaborations with Durham University, Stony Brook University, and Urban Champaign University in Illinois. I think it's important to highlight the contributions and achievements of ALB and the Linguistics and Translation Department. I would also like to thank all presenters for their valuable contributions. Many thanks to our dear keynote speakers, Professor Andy Gow, from the University of New South Wales, Professor Avril Coxhead from Victoria University of Wellington, Professor Fakia Al-Raibi, King Khalid University, Professor Janine Traverstala from the University of Reading, Professor Lourdes Ortega from Georgetown University, and Professor Patricia Duff, from the University of British Columbia. The workshop partners in this symposium are the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport, Bilingualism Matters, Saudi TESOL Association, and Trajam. They all deserve our thanks as well. The College of Humanities and Sciences is deeply indebted to the efforts of the symposium's 53 scientific committee members, spearheaded by Dr. Anaf from Victoria University in Wellington and Dr. Suhad Sambal of Al Qura University. Special thanks go out to Professor Dina Dux, the Applied Linguistics Research Lab leader and the chair of the organizational committee, as well as the chairs of the PR, Media, Logistics committees, Ms. Jawahir Al-Hakbani and Ms. Afrah Al-Nizi. The Public Relations and Media Center at PSU also deserves recognitions for its outstanding efforts. Finally, this pleasant event was only possible with the support of the honorary chair of the symposium, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Yamani, President of Prince Sultan University. We are also grateful to the Vice President of the Women's Campus, Dr. Hiba El-Khushaim, and our Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences, Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, for his ongoing support and everlasting encouragement. Thank you all for coming and participating. I hope you enjoy the talks and discussions ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Alia, for your enlightening words. The symposium is organized by the Applied Linguistics Research Lab at the College of Humanities and Sciences, and it was firstly established as a research group entitled the Language Learning and Teaching Research Group on January 1st, 2018. Then the research group has expanded its areas of research and was transferred into a research lab on September 1st, 2019. Ever since, our lab has been determined to produce quality research, extend its members' expertise to the community, provide support to researchers, and offer relevant training and consultations in areas that include language learning and teaching, discourse analysis, pragmatics, language and society, psychology of language, corpus linguistics, educational linguistics. The lab also serves the community in terms of workshops and courses and boot camps. The lab is led by Professor Dina Dux, who is the chair of the Linguistics and Translation Department and the leader of the lab. at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University. Professor Dina Dakhs is an active researcher in pragmatics, discourse analysis, psycholinguistics, and second language acquisition. She has several publications in flagship journals and is ranked in Scopus database as the most productive researcher in Saudi Arabia in the field of languages and linguistics during the period of 2018 to 2023. Professor Dina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Ms. Asma. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings to you all from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. On behalf of my colleagues at the Applied Linguistics Research Lab at the College of Humanities and Sciences, Prince Sultan University, I welcome you all to the 4th International Symposium on Applied Linguistics Research. We extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to PSU's higher management, led by Dr. Ahmed Yamani, our PSU president, and also the Vice Dean for the Women's Campus, Dr. Hiba Hushaim, for their relentless support. We also extend our thanks to our College Dean and Vice Dean, Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud and Dr. Alia Mitchell, for their amazing cooperation. And our distinguished keynote speakers, we thank them so much, and their workshop partners for their invaluable contributions to the symposium. We are also truly grateful to all the speakers who come from 10 countries to share their knowledge and expertise. Thanks to them, we have an excellent program, including outstanding talks and presentations, which will inspire our audience. I seize this chance to introduce our research lab to you. Our Applied Linguistic Research Lab was established in September 2019, so we are 4 years old, the same age of our symposium. We are a group of 14 members with a true passion for research in applied linguistics. We enjoy the interdisciplinary nature of our work as we do research and publish in different subdisciplines of applied linguistics, including pragmatics, discourse analysis, sociolinguistics, psycholinguistics, vocabulary studies, and language learning and teaching. We believe that this diversity supports our efforts to gain a comprehensive view of the human language, this amazing phenomenon that always intrigues our curiosity and passion. As part of Prince Sultan University's distinctive research community, we promote the values of research quality, ethics, and integrity. We also highly value our role in our society and actively contribute to its development through our research findings, in addition to several activities, including research and training webinars, internship opportunities, mentorship programs, and other community service activities. We also see ourselves as global citizens and hence are always keen to contribute to the problems our global research community attempts to solve. Our strong commitment to our society and the wider research community are strengthened by various forms of collaboration with national and international partners. So I welcome you again in ALR 2023. I hope you enjoy the 2-day experience and make use of it to extend your knowledge, enrich your experience, and exchange innovative ideas. I also hope that this symposium will lead to further collaboration between you and our lab. We will always be happy to collaborate with other researchers from around the globe to enhance research into applied linguistics and to serve our society and the world. Thank you very much again for being here and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Professor Dina, for your supportive and enlightening words. Now I will pass the moderation to Dr. Suhad Simple for the technical program.
Thank you so much, dear. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'll be actually moderating Professor Andid Gao presentation today, talk. We are looking forward to a very interesting talk. So let me first, if you allow me, introduce Professor Gao. So Professor Andy Gao is a professor of language and literacy education in the School of Education, the University of New South Wales, Australia. His research interests include language learner autonomy, language education policy, and language teacher education. He edits International Review of Applied Linguistics in Language Teaching for the writer. He's also an executive editor for Teaching and Teacher Education, a principal associate editor for the Asia Pacific Education Researcher by Springer, and a section editor for Education section by Sage Autumn. In addition, he edits the English language education book series for Springer. He also serves on the editorial boards of journals including Applied Linguistics Review, International Journal of Bilingual Education and Bilingualism, Journal of Language, Identity and Education, Modern Language Journal, Language Awareness, Language Learning Journal, and Teacher Development. Professor Gao, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a great pleasure indeed.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Sambo. It's really nice to see your face this way, because I've read your work, and also it's very great to see Professor Dina Eldar, because I also read your work, and it's really nice to see face to face through Zoom. Also, thank you for the invitation. It's great for me to have the opportunity to participate in this conference. Because Dr. Sambo mentioned, I also edited a book series for Springer in English language education. So if you're interested organizing a volume or edit a volume based on the conference papers, this conference, you are most welcome to contact me about it, or you want to publish your work in a journal as well.
That's
so yeah, it's always nice to have colleagues. Yeah. So I'm sharing my screen. Is it clear? Or?
Please, yeah, it is clear. If you can just make it full screen, please.
Yeah. So now, full screen now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to talk about is agency and language education. I've been working on language learner autonomy, and also lately, in the last 10 years, on learner agency, but also been working with language teacher agency in language education as well. I think it's very important for us to talk about language learner agency and language teacher agency together, because it's all about the kind of person language learners or language teachers we would like to have in language education, or at the end of our efforts into language teaching. So if we want this particular, say, agentive language learners, we also need agentive language teachers who are committed implementing pedagogical practice that promote agency in language education. So that's why I think I'll be talking about two groups of people. If you're language teachers, I'll be talking about how we can do with language learner agency. If you are language teacher educators, then I'll be talking about how we can promote language teachers with kind of characteristics that we can call agentic language teachers. We think the part in relation to language teacher agency may appear to be a bit conceptual, abstract, but the part to do with language learner agency will be a bit more practical. And I based my talk on two publications I did with my colleagues, and the first one's to do with language teacher agency. It was published together with Professor Jian Tao at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. This is a small, short publication called Cambridge Elements in Language Teaching. So if you're interested, you can find out what we wrote about language teacher agency in this about 70-page long book. And there's another publication I contributed to with a group of people, including Professor Dan Larson-Freeman, Professor Sarah Mercer, and Dr. Paul Drive, in relation to learner agency. That's published as a sort of an opinion paper by Oxford University Press. I think it's free for downloading. So if you're interested, you can download by click the link I share on the screen. The reason I think it's important for us to talk about agency in language learners and language teachers, because the world we are living and working in today, these days, are full of uncertainties. We just have finished, ended 3 years of pandemic. And then we have this war and this economic uncertainty, and the world seems to be in a lot of troubles. And then I think in UK there's a conference to do with AI, and well, Elon Musk is talking about most of the jobs will be no longer be needed in the future. So the kind of future for us doesn't seem to be very promising. It is certainly very complex with all these economic and political forces going around and making a terrible mess in this world. So that's why we also find that the world ahead of us is going to be very challenging. Think about global warming or climate change. Last few years, we had a lot of rains in Australia and New South Wales, but this year we're now heading towards a lot of bushfires. So it is this very highly complex, challenging world we find ourselves in. That's why it's really important for us to look into the kind of resources within ourselves, how we can be adaptive, responsive to the challenging, uncertain world or risky world. Yeah. Okay. I just checking the question answer. I'll share the links later. That's why it's important for us to value the role of agency in language teachers' professional development, because we are, as teachers, need to respond to changing situations in classrooms, in the society, and also we also need to help language learners to develop the kind of agency that can help them to claim or ownership or control of their learning in a very uncertain, challenging world. That's why we also need to understand how and why and teach agency matters now works, and also we need to understand how and why learner agency matters and how it works for our language learners. And in relation to the language learners agency today, I'll be focusing on how we can help language learners to develop agency in language classrooms. This relates to a quote I really like very much from Professor Diana Lawson-Freeman. When we talk about language teaching, we always think about how we teach language, well, in terms of grammar, vocabulary, or genre, all these important things to do with language use. Yeah, these are very important things for us to teach as language teachers, but also we need to think about language education, language teaching is essentially as a part of education. So when we talk about language teaching, we also need to think about the importance of the kind of learners we want to have at the end of our lesson or our course or program. So that's why Professor Diana Lawson-Freeman said language teachers who promote learner agency, who think it's very important for us to promote learner agency, recognize that they do not only teach language, teaching language is important, but it's also important for us to think about we also teach learners. We help our learners to grow as a person in language classrooms. So teaching language and helping learners grow as a person are equally important in language classrooms. We also need to commit ourselves to helping our learners to grow and finding, we also need to figure out how we can help our learners to grow into the person that they will have a better future in a highly uncertain, challenging world. The kind of a person or learners we would like to have, the kind of ideal learners and the kind of characteristics of ideal learners we would like to have in language classrooms probably include these characteristics. Like we want our learners to take initiative, and not only in learning, but also in the future in their work or in their life. We want our learners to seize and create opportunities. It's very important to not only seize but also create opportunities, because when opportunities are limited, we need learners to find ways to create new opportunities for themselves. And we want our learners to who are willing to take risks. The world outside of language classrooms could be risky or challenging, very uncertain. So we need to encourage our learners to take risks and learn from some sort of setbacks. once they experience setbacks or failures in their life, we hope that they can remain confident. They will be able to bounce back, and so they're resilient. We also want our learners to be able to adapt to changing situations, and they can persevere in challenging contexts. And then we also want our learners, maybe for ourselves as well, have a growth mindset. We believe we can learn, but we also believe the need to learn continuously beyond the language classrooms. These are the kind of characteristics that we would like our learners to have at the end of our program or class or course. These characteristics we call, if we have only one word to describe learners with these characteristics, then we will call them agentic language learners. That refers to the our conceptualization of agency, although there's many ways to define agency, and I'll show different ways to conceptualizing agency in relation to language teachers later. But agency is more in the pedagogical context to do what language learners is to do is their feelings of ownership and sense of control over learning. We want them to have a strong feeling of ownership of their learning. We want to have their strong sense of control over learning. They can learn, they can manage their learning, they can continue the learning process or sustain their learning process in a very challenging or even certain world. Now, Dr. Sonbo mentioned that I also do research on language learning autonomy, so it's inevitably when I talk about agency, people always ask me about the differences or similarity between agency and autonomy, and these two concepts, of course, have a lot of overlaps because basically they're probably talking about a lot of very similar things in relation to language learner and teachers. They do come from different disciplinary sources. So, but if I may try to differentiate the two concepts, I would try to use Phil Benson's definition of autonomy as an individual learner's capacity to exercise control of their life. So it's very similar to the notion of agency, which is also about control and ownership of learning. And if I may, autonomy, if I may, I would associate autonomy to do something as a concept that is more focused on individuals. So I think people also talk about interdependence, or they even talk about collective autonomy, where we also have a notion of collective agency. But it's more to do with individual learners or teachers take initiative in managing controlling their learning and teaching. For me, agency is not a natural property of individual, because I think a lot of people tend to associate agency as a natural property of individual. It's socially cultural mediated capacity to act. Now, when I share quite a few approaches to conceptualize language teacher agency, that this socially culturally mediated capacity to act is one of the most popular conceptualization of agency. And when we talk about agency, we always talk about agency in relation to structure. You can also think autonomy could be regarded as a form of agency or something to do associated with agency, because often people think people who do research on learner agency or agency will conceptualize agency as the kind of capacity, social culturally mediated capacity to initiate purposive actions that imply will, autonomy, freedom, and a choice. So in a sense, autonomy could be the expression of a form of agency. So agency is underlying what we are seen as autonomous language learning. When people talk about agency, they always emphasize that it's kind of a thing that, or it's kind of phenomenon that occurs through interactive positioning and social interaction. So when we talk about agency, the nature of agency is essentially relational, shared in a community or in a group of people. Often we associate agency with identity association, which I will be explaining a little bit more when I talk about different approaches to language learner agency or teach agency. But there's also kind of a cautionary note here, because there's not a universally agreed upon definition of agency. It's pretty much like a learner autonomy as well. But when I try to offer a definition of agency, actually I presuppose or assumes a particular kind of a theoretical disposition. For instance, if I refer agency as a social cultural media capacity, and that's the kind of social cultural approach to conceptualizing agency. And probably if we really want to make agency matter in language education, we need to adopt a kind of a trans perspective that incorporates all the good things and of different conceptual different conceptualization of agency, and make these good elements, positive elements of these different conceptualization to work, because I think different perspectives tend to look at the same thing from different standing points, and we need that kind of diverse standpoints, so we can understand the big elephant in the room, rather than if we just have one perspective, one standpoint, we just like a blind man touching the big elephants. But we have all the diverse perspectives and standpoints, we may have a better understanding of the entire big, complete elephant in the room. And agency is always explore with other concepts like emotion, knowledge, and identity as well. And I shall explain a little bit later when I talk about different conceptual approaches to language teacher agency or agencies. As I said, there are different ways to conceptualize agency or teacher agency. In this talk, I will list or present very briefly on 4 major approaches, what I call social cognitive theory, or social cultural theory, and post-structuralist view, and also the way the perspective I myself often use is called ecological perspective. Now, I'll explain these theoretical approaches to conceptualizing agency a little bit more with reference to language teachers, and sometimes also refer to language learners as well. If we adopt social cognitive theory in conceptualizing agency, we will try to conceptualize agency as an intentional act. So, and this is kind of a quote from a source, a researcher who adopts this social cognitive theory in conceptualizing agency. And so agency is to do with kind of a self organizing or self-reflective, self-regulative mechanism, something very familiar, I'm familiar with, because I did, when I was doing research on learner autonomy, I always also used concepts like self-regulation as well. So it's very familiar kind of notion. And the belief system is the foundation of human agency. It's very important for us when we adopt this social cognitive theory of agency in education. We'll be looking at learners and teachers' self-efficacy, which is self-efficacy beliefs, influence his or her or their exercise of agency. And the notion of agency in this kind of research is always explored together with notions or constructs like self-efficacy beliefs and knowledge and strategies, and which I think I did a little bit with this kind of a self-regulation strategies that contribute to my understanding of agency within this kind of social cognitive theory. The second approach is called social cultural theory. This is probably one of the most popular approaches to conceptualizing agency. Many of you probably have heard this Ahan's conceptualization of agency as a social culturally mediated capacity. It has been highly frequently cited in many studies. This is a quote that reflects this kind of social cultural approach to conceptualizing agency. It's you cannot reduce the analysis socially distributed cognitions. When you talk about thinking, it's not just a thinking or cognition happening in the individual brains, but you cannot, and also you cannot reduce the analysis this kind of social distributed cognition to set of individual processes, and as a result, agency is attributed to the group rather than individual. So, in essence, when we talk about social cultural theory, in relation to agency, we are talking about collective agency. We talk about relation agency. We talk about share agency, because it's not about individuals; it's about the kind of group, individual situated in a group. So agent is viewed as being an irreducible aggregator of individuals in intermental functioning, together with mediation means. So that's people thinking together, how people thinking together, because if they are thinking together with kind of mediation means, could be the shared language, could be same tools they use, but they work together. It's not just one individual's agency at play, it's the kind of collective agency of the group at play. And so when we talk about using social cultural theory in exploring understanding agency in language education, we will be asking questions like, how is a teacher's or learner's agency mediated by the contextual conditions? For instance, the new policy mandates or curriculum, because this new policy mandates or curricula, new curriculum, they do not just impact on individual learners or individual teachers, but they impact or mediate the entire group of learners or teachers. And when we are using this social cultural theory in to explore agency in language education, we might explore it together with key concepts like intermental functioning or mediation tools, resources. I'll explain, answer the question later, so maybe and the third view or third approach to conceptualizing agency in language education can be called post-structuralist view. And that view sees agency as a discursed practice. So in a sense, agency is discursively constructed as a positioning. So it's kind of made available to somebody, but not others. So you being positioned in this particular way, then this positioning will give you particular ways to talk about agency or exercise agency. Each person is one who has an obligation to take themselves up as a knowable, recognizable identity, who speaks for themselves and who accepts responsibility for their action, and that is as one who is recognizable, is separated from any particular collective, and thus as one who can be said have agency. This view seems to be in contradiction to the previous view, social cultural theory, social cultural approaches to conceptualize agency, because social cultural theory will conceptualize agency in terms of collective or the community, collective group, community, rather than individual. But this view will be focusing on individuals that are positioned in particular roles in a social structure or in a community, and then that kind of role will enable these individuals to perform or exercise agency in different ways or particular ways. So if we adopt this kind of post-structural view, we probably will be asking questions like, how does learner or teacher agency interact with positioning in the social context? So if we notice that a language learner or language teacher behave particular ways, in particular ways, and we may ask the question why he or she or they behave in particular ways. The answer could be from this view is that because they're positioned by the structure in particular roles, or they're given particular roles to play in this structure or this context. If we adopt this view, then we explore agency and in relation to other key concepts like positioning, and also with the kind of positioning and the kind of empowerment in relation made possible by particular positioning, it comes knowledge, and it comes the kind of resources you can use, and it comes kind of strategies you can deploy in relation to the positioning you have. I'm not a huge fan of post-structuralist view, but I'm more into this ecological perspective, which we see agency as a kind of phenomenon, something happening, or something being done, or something doing as something. What we're doing something, or teachers doing something, or learners doing something. Ecological perspectives always look at agency as regard agency as a temporary and situated achievement. Temporal is to do with time, situated to do with context. It requires the kind of ecological perspectives we may use and require us to understand agency in different contexts and times, the context and times, and to do with temporal and situatedness, to do with temporality and situatedness, and then it requires us to focus on the dynamic interplay between past inferences and experiences, or engagement with the present, or orientation towards the future. So past inferences and experiences and orientation towards the future help us or define or mediate our engagement with the present, which is quite understandable. Agency is always exercised for certain purposes that to do with future orientations, with certain, historically formed social, cultural, material circumstances that to do with past inferences and experiences. On the one hand, also with the kind of a present setup, and it's always constrained resources by or facilitated by these circumstances. So whether something is what we call something constrain us, or something facilitate our action or our access agency, it really depends on how we understand the thing in relation to our action. And that's why we always ask the question, how is agency achieved? And so we can work out how individuals work out what resources available in a context that they can use, and sometimes we call affordances, or we can also work out what kind of constraints we can find in a context, and then we can find ways to bypass or find ways to transform these constraints into some sort of a different form, some sort of a either we can transform it into resources as well, or into something that that do not impede or impact our action negatively. And when we using these ecological perspectives in exploring agency as a phenomenon of doing, we often use these key concepts like identity, because feature orientations often do with identity. We will also explore the interaction between emotion and agency, because obviously when we engage with the present, then we have different ways of engaging with the present. Could be behavioral, could be cognitive, but could be also emotional. We also explore agency together with belief, and belief is something probably profoundly influenced by the past and our experiences. If we talk about language teachers and language teacher agency, and then we can see that a language teacher will contribute to language teachers' professional development at different levels. For instance, for instance, at the minor or micro individual level, is that to do with our continuous efforts to learning to continuous efforts of learning to teach, or at the meso level, as to do with institution context or settings, or in relation to the kind of national context. Teacher agency will help us to implement the kind of policies or new curricula we expect to implement. At the broader society level, then teacher agency may help us or empower us, or enable us to deal with issues like social justice, equity in language teaching. Doesn't mean that we have to go to street and protest, but we could be much more sensitive to what learners needs, and what learner needs, what they aspire, what they aspire to become. And maybe also we adopt the kind of pedagogical strategies that are sensitive, that the resources available to these to the learner in language classrooms. So it could be something very small. When we design a pedagogy activity, we notice that some learners may not have the kind of resources, so we avoid design an activity that a learner may not be able to fully participate in. And of course, we have this temporal elements of this teacher agency in relation to professional development, because teachers need continuously participate in a variety of professional development activities in relation to either new initiative from governments or newly discovered needs in a language classroom. We can also think about the kind of manifestation of teacher agency, which I think these are very important messages for policymakers, because this is just two studies, and one of them talking about mismatch between teachers and school understanding what it means to be a professional, and the impact of this mismatch on the exercise of teacher agency. And you won't be surprised, and you can almost predict that the outcome of this study or the finding of this study. And it tells us that, well, in a sense, the study review how teachers exercise agency, and how the exercise of agency undermines or facilitates the implementation of particular policy. Teachers usually draw on their prior experiences when they talk about what it means to be a professional. They draw on their prior experiences. For instance, their prior experiences of being taught by a very nice teacher, or their prior experience of teaching a wonderful lesson. But school principals usually draw on macro level discourses and related to accountability and standardization. Standardization is very important for school principals, and accountability, of course, it's very important because taxpayers pay the funding for the schools, and so principals feel obliged that they need to show to the government or the public that they're doing a good job. So you have two types of agency. You have schools, and you have the teacher agency, and then schools and understanding of what it means to be a professional, and teachers understanding what it means to be professional. Then if they conflict, the kind of notions, understanding contradict each other, or they go well with each other, and then you have two types of agency, what we call stepping up or pushing back. Stepping up is where teachers' understanding somehow fits well with the policy discourse, and they go above and beyond the perceived expectations of their roles. So if teachers' views are similar to the kind of views endorsed by policy discourses, and teachers be highly motivated, and they go above and beyond the perceived expectations of their roles. It's wonderful, and this is what we like to have if we are policymakers, and we want our teachers to be going above and beyond all the time, the perceived expectation of their roles, so that they can implement the policy fully. And then pushback is to do with, it's kind of a resistance, because if the teacher's teaching philosophy does not fit well, does not fit the policy discourse well, then they reject, and they will negotiate, or they will reconfigure, and policy makers probably will never get their policies implemented fully at the level of classroom. Another study, similar kind of results, similar kind of findings, where Steelman and Anderson talk about teachers' language arts exercising agency to engage with policy and moving from accommodation to appropriation. And you can probably guess from what kind of situation will make teachers of language arts to accommodate policy, and what will motivate teachers' language arts to appropriate language policies. Teachers do, they always examine and identify areas of education policy that match their teaching beliefs. If they can identify areas of education policy that match their teaching belief, that they can take ownership of the policy and they will implement it in teaching. But if somehow the policy or areas, or there's no area of policy that match their teaching beliefs, then they probably will be appropriate the policy by reframing and adapting it in practice. And they often ask people or their colleagues to find ways to how they can appropriate policy. So in a sense that the policymakers will never have their policy implemented fully in a way they expect them to be implemented. In a sense, this tells policymakers that the teachers not just policy implementer. That's often teachers are positioned to be, but they also policy author. Whether policymakers see that or not, teachers always change the policy if they don't agree with the kind of policy they ask it to implement. And that's why it's important for us somehow to promote teacher agency, because teacher agency does matter. So we have the kind of a variety of strategies we can implement. At different levels, could be at the level of individuals, at the level of subgroup, or at the level of the group, a big community. But basically, there are two things we need to do. Is one thing is to change the contextual conditions, and that we trying to, for instance, trying to implement or promote policies they're somehow they can fit teachers' philosophies and beliefs well, and trust the teachers are committed educators, and then we need to implement, adopt, promote the kind of policy that match their beliefs and commitment well. And the second is trying to promote actors' growth, that promote the teachers' growth, and that could happen at the different levels this is displayed on the other side of the slide. So much about teacher agency, but now I should talk about learner agency. And again, as I said, the ecological perspective is the kind of perspective I often take when I explore issues to do with agency in language education. I also adopt this ecological perspective of learner agency, because we don't. I think learner agency it evolves in a vacuum. Learner agency is always a situated phenomenon. It's temporally situated, also spatially situated. And so you have a time, that's the temporal aspect of learner agency as a situated phenomenon. And while place, that's the spatial contextual aspect of learner agency as a situated phenomenon. Then within this kind of time space, learner agency seems to emerge from the interaction of multiple stakeholders, and these stakeholders will have beliefs and attitudes and teaching materials. That's the one bad thing about the Oxford University practice, is they're very much people in Oxford University practice are very much interested in promoting teaching materials, but that's why they have the teaching materials. But I would broadly call these teaching materials as resources, and any resources available within the context. When we talk about different stakeholders, then there are a variety of people who mediate teachers teaching. For instance, policymakers for sure, school leaders, they do influence or mediate teachers teaching as well, and teacher educators also influence the teaching is delivered in classrooms, because we train teachers and parents, and of course then parents become increasingly vocal in how teaching should be done, and students, of course, they are with the teacher in the same classroom. And there's also a variety of beliefs and attitudes these stakeholders may have. For instance, what if all the stakeholders have this growth mindset and they all believe all the learners, all the students have the ability to learn and succeed, or some of them have growth mindset, others they don't have. If policymakers who don't believe that students, I'm just making an example, I'm not saying policymakers will believe that if some policymakers don't believe that the learners or students have growth mindset, that they will come up with the kind of policy or the education initiatives that they're very different if they believe the students have the ability to learn and succeed. Also, if some stakeholders do not believe in the importance of having mutually respectful relationship in a pedagogical community or classroom community, and then they will have that kind of beliefs will impact on teachers or learners exercise agency in a very different way. And because if we believe in mutually respectful relationship, and that kind of belief will very instrumental in community building. Once you have a supportive community, we will have a supportive community or communities within the classroom, and then this kind of supportive community will be very instrumental in help learners to exercise and grow their agency. And whether different stakeholders have different attitudes towards outside school learning, and if they believe the importance of outside school learning, they will be able to find ways to synergize formal learning and informal learning. Then if people or different stakeholders believe the importance of developing a second set of common principles, for instance, how we can build a positive agency for learners and teachers together in the classroom, there must be some sort of common principles that guide us, to behave ourselves in a classroom community. And for instance, we need to create classroom. We need to transfer classrooms into a classroom into a safe place for learners and teachers to share their views or share their weakness or share ask for help from each other. That kind of beliefs attitudes will influence the way whether learners are able to grow or exercise the agency. And resources or teaching materials, and it's also very. This is also very important. These are very important factor, and in relation to teaching resources and materials, and teachers or learners or can have different kind of interaction. For instance, teachers are not just users of teaching materials. They actually mediate between materials and learners. A very important role. Materials are important, but remember, teachers also play a very important role mediating the learning between materials and learners. And while learners could be seen as active users of teaching materials or resources, but they can be also seen as the creators of teaching materials. We have the kind of users, and they are not just users, but they also can create materials, because sometimes learners are much better at technology. They can find a lot of resources online. They can create resources and materials for language learning themselves. And of course, I also understand that many teachers are very good at creating materials by pulling resources over the internet. And we know these days teaching materials no longer, textbooks, for instance, become much more multimodal. It's not just like a print textbook. print text that I remember as a language learner myself. It may contain multimodal learning resources. You have a click to an audio recording, or click to a video, or if you open an online textbook, you can have all these things, print texts, visuals, pictures, audio text, or video recording on one page. And we also need to think about that teaching materials may have activities, or should have activities, that actually can be used to promote and facilitate the students' exercise of agency or growth agency, for instance, whether they have activity that promote facilitate learning by inquiry, and learning by inquiry provides kind of opportunity for students to exercise their control of learning in the process, of course, facilitated by language teachers along the way. When we talk about ecology, especially in the context of e-context of learner agency, a very important notion is called affordance or affordances. These are kind of learning opportunities perceived by language learners, and whether we see something as constraints or whether we see something as affordances, and a learner agency play a very important role. I think I really like this quote from Paul Driver. He talks about learner agency can be compared to chess, where a chessboard provides a novice chess players exactly the same kind of opportunities as does grandmaster. A novice will not initially perceive many of the possible game moves. However, over time, the novice awareness of possible moves will gradually improve. And so when students are given opportunities to exercise or to practice, they may initially stumble, but then when they overcome certain obstacles and they practice the kind of things they ask it to practice, they gradually become better at maneuvering, or let's say, well, controlling and managing their learning process, and their awareness of possible moves will gradually improve, means they're becoming much better at managing or claim ownership of their learning. So it's a when we talk about agency, we create opportunities. Teachers play a very important role in creating opportunity for learners to exercise or invite them to exercise agency, and through this through exercising agency or practicing, they grow in terms of agency as well. So that's kind of idea Paul Driver has in this quote. But we do understand when we try to promote learner agency, there are a lot of challenges as well. I mean, I think different contexts may have different kind of challenges. For instance, in different contexts, we may have different kind of cultural, social expectations of learning and teaching. In some contexts, we expect learners to be sit quietly, behave properly, follow the order of teachers, and otherwise teachers find it very difficult to teach these students. Or in other contexts, you might see language learners or students sitting on the floor and with no carefully implemented seating plans, and they have what we call different cultures for learning, and where teachers expect to do something in some cases, so teachers expect to do a lot. For instance, the context I'm familiar with Chinese parents, they expect teachers to give their kids some homework if so that the students can learn at home as well after after the lesson, and lesson ends at a pretty good time, but learning never ends for some parents. If a teacher does not give students homework, then some parents would think that the teacher is not doing their job well. And then when we talk about promote promoting learner agency, and teachers do need professional development. They need to share their experience. Not necessarily they need to learn new things, but they may need to somehow come together and share the experience together, and then identify the kind of good practice they already have in teaching, and so they know that this good practice will help students to grow the agency or the kind of good practice they have, and will create opportunity for the students to exercise agency and grow agency. But this kind of teacher development initiatives require teachers to have time and also have space for fully participating in these kind of teacher development initiatives. But we know that teachers are time poor. They have very busy schedule. So it's very important for school principals or policymakers to make time and space available for teachers if they really want to promote learner agency, or we want the teachers to promote learner agency in language classrooms. And also there's also important factors or to do with individual differences language learners. And we know if young language learners may need a different kind of pedagogical approach, while other language learners need other types of a pedagogical approach different from the one we use in teaching young language learners. And language learners may have different kind of experience, because their experience will shape or influence their beliefs or attitude towards particular pedagogical approach. And they may have different knowledge of English, and they may have different attitudes. And also when we teach, we always have to deal with diverse learners' needs. In one classroom, we always have some learners struggling, but other learners are way ahead of other these struggling learners. So when we develop activities, we need to think about how we can somehow tailor, well, not necessarily tailor-made for everybody, but at least we can cater for learner diversity in teaching. And we also have this contextual conditions resources, and in some contexts we have a lot of resources, and in other contexts classrooms are full of students. And I've heard of teachers teaching a class of say 100 students or 200 students, one class, or you may have a classroom of 15 or 12 students. So these contextual conditions and physical conditions are very important for us to consider when we try to promote learner agency. And in many contexts, we have this the power of high stakes tests. A lot of students or a lot of parents expect their children to do well in high stake tests. So exam-oriented learning or teaching is very important, because that's what learners want to have from teachers. And sometimes teachers feel obliged or feel very stressed about the kind of high demands from parents and students that they want parents in particular, they want their kids to do well in high stake tests. These are real challenges. Sometimes we know that teachers are responding to these challenges as well. But if we may, we try to offer some sort of general suggestions for teachers to consider if they have to respond to these kind of challenges. For instance, if you have the kind of a cultural social expectations in relation to what language learners or teachers should do, maybe we can create a task or activity to engage students with these popular beliefs, expectations. Maybe you can invite students to discuss these popular beliefs and expectations, and to see whether people may have alternatives. We cannot be just swayed by these popular beliefs and expectations. We need to figure out what alternative beliefs we can consider having, rather than we believe what we believe is true, the only truth. but we can encourage them to think about maybe you expect a teacher to do this, but maybe you can also expect a teacher to do something else. This will be in a kind of a classroom discussion, or if there's an opportunity for students to engage with these kind of popular beliefs through discussion. That would be great. I mean, teacher development, I think it's very important for schools and policymakers to make time and space available for teacher development. If that kind of time and space are available for teachers to implement some initiatives in relation to teacher development, I'd suggest that they can probably do something like teacher-led inquiry groups, and they can work on the same issue together. That could be in the format of action research, collaborative action research, or that could be, in Dick O'Reilly's term, exploratory practice. So it's important for teachers to, I mean, there's, as I said earlier, there's no need for teachers to think that what they have been doing is problematic. They need to adopt new things. It's really more to do with kind of discovering something they have done really well, and then reinforce these positive activities in relation to students' growth agency, rather than dump all the things they have done, and which is impossible. But it's impossible to ask people to dump everything they have done, have been doing. But identify the strong strengths activities or high agency potential activity they have been always implementing, and use these high strength, high agency potential activities more in future teaching. Regarding or in relation to individual differences, language learners, so we do somehow try to figure out ways that we can develop tailor-made, not necessarily for all students, but at least some sort of differentiation in relation to different students' needs and readiness, level of readiness for learning. And we develop appropriate practice for different students. As I said, maybe adult learners, of course, adult learners will have different kind of pedagogical practice. Young learners may have different kind of a pedagogical practice, or some of the pedagogical practice may share similar principles. The contextual conditional resources, just a few sort of suggestions I have in mind. So if you have a very big classroom, then you can probably divide big class into smaller groups and find ways to engage these, encourage these participants or students in smaller groups to articulate or to voice their opinions, and have their voices recorded or written down on a paper. I think technology will be highly instrumental in promote in our effort to promote interaction among students, especially when we talk about big classes. And I think I remember when we had this lockdown because of pandemic. Initially, we were all very worried about how we can engage students in learning, but when we have this Zoom, when we have this breakout rooms, I find students were very actively participating in breakout room discussions, and so technology do help us to achieve something we may find difficult to achieve in normal classrooms. Right, I think time is almost up, so I just want to briefly talk about the trans agency. It's basically an idea of trans perspective on agency is trying to incorporate different ideas from different disciplines together. Could be, for instance, different methods. For instance, you can use life history or ecological perspective, narratives, to understand agency, how agency evolves in a student or teacher's experience, or because language teachers, language learners are translingual or intercultural practitioners or users, and so we need to consider the importance or relevance of transcultural or intercultural teaching, learning, or even translanguaging when we talk about agency, and especially when we talk about transcultural teaching, learning, translanguaging, how teachers and learners switch from one or using different cultural resources or linguistic resources, and that allows to do is the kind of adaptive capabilities, resources within the individual teachers and individual learners. We may also need have a broader conceptual base. When we talk about language learner agency and language teacher agency, we need really closely explore learner teacher agency together with notions such as constructs like identity, belief, or emotion, knowledge. For instance, we can also draw on, say, a language policy or planning or a second language acquisition to inform the kind of pedagogical activities that promote learners or teachers' exercise of agency, and so that they can have all these kind of supports and help in growing their agency. Okay, I think I should stop because I want to leave a few minutes for question and answer.
Thank you so much, Professor Gao. It was a very interesting talk. It's really interesting to see how things now are changing from just the idea of a learner being autonomous to a learner being an agent. He has power, he has full control of his learning. So thank you so much for a very enlightening talk. We do have some questions. If you allow me, I would like to start with a question from Professor Treffers Daller. She asked about professional development.
Yeah,
and she asked, do you have any examples of good practice in professional development that can help teachers develop their thinking in teacher-learner agency further?
I always believe in the importance of having kind of a action research or exploratory practice. Exploratory practice is an idea promoted by Dick Allwright. One of my PhD students have been doing a study on exploratory practice. The idea, I think probably action research also will have similar kind of ideas. They emphasize people working together, explore a pedagogical issue together. To try to help each other understanding or develop deep understanding pedagogy issues. And not all the issues will have ideal answers, but then through helping each other and supporting each other, they may have a sort of a changed understanding of the pedagogical issue. The key issue is that people are working together, and once they're working together, it's 1 + 1 more than 2. And so once you have like a 1 + 1 more than 2 means that's almost a sign of enhanced agency among teachers. And the same, I would encourage that teachers will create opportunities for learners to work together, helping each other, because there's so many things that we can, our language learners as teachers and learners can learn each other. And it's always the kind of belief that 1 + 1 is bigger than 2, the idea.
Yeah.
Thank you
so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Professor Daller, do you want to add anything here?
I can, yeah. No, thank you very much. That's, I think, a very important comment. And I always notice that people who don't have the training to teach, they rely just on their own experience as a learner. When they go into the classroom. So it's crucially important that these notions of learner agency and teacher agency come across in teacher training. So I was very happy with your talk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. It's really nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so and now here we have another question in the QA area. The first question we have is from Zahid Hussein. He's asking, in your view, teachers who have already been practicing learner autonomy among their learners, why should they focus on learner agency in their teaching practice? So, in other words, what is the difference? What does it add to what we already know about autonomy?
Because I think a lot of people will associate agency and autonomy as the same thing. If you believe that autonomy agency are the same thing, that will be fine. If you practice, and what you need is trying to make learners the kind of ideal learners that I portray, who are willing to take risk and who are willing to who are creative to seize and create opportunities when and all these kind of characteristics. These are what we call agentic learners, but some people also call them autonomous learners. If you're doing these sort of things in teaching and trying to help learners become that kind of learners who have that will be fine. I mean, there's no need really to have a new term because you're doing wonderful things already, and you're trying to grow your learners into the kind of person that you with the kind of ideal attributes that they need to have for the future uncertain, challenging world. But if you see that there's a difference between autonomy and agency, then I would say as I see it, autonomy seems to be an expression, or well, the agency seems to be the root. So we will like to focus a bit more on the root as well, because that's the kind of root that will lead to growth of autonomous learning as well.
That's interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Another question. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So basically,
Yeah.
they are not that different, right? Right? The concepts are very similar.
Very similar. Yeah.
Yeah. And here we have another question from Dr. Hussein Ahmed. He's thanking first of all you for the presentation. Then he asks, how can a teacher develop the learner agency in the writing class in the current curriculum in the Saudi university context? So as you know, actually, maybe I have to explain this. In the Saudi context, we see that our learners are facing lots of problems with writing. They maybe because they don't start developing the skill early in their education. Most of the time they start developing the skill when they join college, so when they are like 17 or 18. So the question is, how can we make sure that this sense of agency is developed, especially in those challenging writing classes? I
have to say, students have problems with writing. That's quite normal. I think I still have problems with writing myself, and I even speaking, I have problems with language as well, because Saudi students are, I mean, the first language is not English, and they may speak multiple languages before they start learning the English language. So in a sense, it's quite so natural for them to have these kind of issues. So let's just start with the kind of a positive discourse of what students can do with their language. And then, of course, then they expect to perform to the level of university curriculum. That's quite a challenge, because if you ask me, because the real problem is we don't really have enough time for students to practice, improve their language. For instance, we know that for a student with, say, IELTS score 6.0 to reach the level of IELTS score 7.0, it will probably take an entire year of intensive study. But think about the number of hours that a student has in Saudi universities for writing. In comparison with the entire year of intensive study to improve our score from 6.0 to 7.0, the time is inadequate. I think I have to acknowledge that Saudi English language teachers have done their absolute best to help students to improve their writing. So starting with this kind of positive acknowledgement of what learners can do and what teachers have already been doing, and then we probably can think of a few ways, because writing essentially is about self-expression. So the learners need to claim ownership of their writing. I see some wonderful examples from Tariq, a Saudi scholar, where he presented at the Asian Temple, where students were asked to write poems in English for something that they don't do in Arabic language, and the students come up with such creative language in writing. It's just amazing, and the kind of poems they write for love was the kind of poem they write for the kind of things that they don't really experience in Saudi context. It's so creative. So there are ways we can encourage students to creative use the language to the level that we don't expect them to perform. If the students can have this strong sense of ownership or control of writing.
Yeah. And so maybe you're just pushing them outside of their comfort zone, writing something that maybe they haven't thought about writing before.
And they are very much interested, invested in the kind of writing, the kind of things. Because I think the Tariq example is so fascinating.
Interesting.
He's talking, the last one of the questions about AI for learning agency. Because at one point I was thinking AI probably will put stop to all the language learning, but then I feel that because AI makes language learning more important in a sense, because it's more to do with kind of a humanist aspect of learning, because we want our learners to become human beings, and AI by every opportunity will deprive us from being humanistic in a sense, because we don't need this, we don't need that, because AI can fix that. But we do need language. We do need the kind of language to interact with people and to have the same kind of feelings, cultural experiences, and it's important. I think now AI will make probably language learning will shift much more to the value of humanistic experiences that language learning can give us. The kind of technical aspect of learning could be done by AI. That's what my view. I mean, but humanistic aspect of language learning has to happen within people in a classroom with teachers who are committed to sharing their lives through another language, and with students interested in sharing their lives with other people in another language.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
That's
We
what I'm
also
saying.
we have another question from Dr. Boshan. Do you think that different belief systems affect the levels and manifestations of agency? So some belief systems are better at promoting agency than others?
I think, I wouldn't say that different system will, the different belief system, cultural system will definitely affect the way agency is manifested. That's for sure. But I wouldn't say certain beliefs are better at promoting agency than the others. And if I may, I'm using this kind of a stereotypes of so-called West and the East, the kind of and Saudi culture. I think Saudi culture will be much more collaborative, collective. And when we talk about agency, collective agency, and collaborativeness, collaboration is very important in promoting agency. And I think I wouldn't say probably it's problematic for me to say certain cultures focus too much on individuals, but that kind of culture also. The people with that kind of beliefs all realize that the limitation of what individuals can do, people need to come together. So I think we all have different kind of manifestation of agency, but this different manifestation of agency will help us to travel through different tracks, but the goal seems to be similar. I mean, we all want to be the kind of person or human beings we would like to be.
Thank you so much. We also have another question here from Professor Debani. She's asking, teaching in different cultures sometimes causes foreign teaching a pedagogical cultural shock. How can this be minimized? Like in terms of orientations, how can we help the teachers to overcome this culture shock?
I mean, this happens all the time, and I don't think we can avoid that. That's partly because we grow up in a particular culture. We have this particular language and we have particular ways of thinking, and that's why it's important for us to learn other languages, learn different other cultures, and so appreciate that the way lives could be lived quite differently in different cultural contexts. Or and that's the I don't think that the question itself tells us the importance of learning languages in this so-called AI era, because AI, I'm not sure AI will have that kind of experience of a pedagogical cultural shock. No, because cultural shock is a very much a kind of humanistic experience when we move from one, when we move across the cultural and linguistic boundaries. So in a sense, it's quite normal. It's quite humanistic, but the only way we can minimize this is we learn each other language and learn to appreciate each other way of looking at the world, experiencing the world.
Interesting. Thank you so much. I do have some questions, if you allow me. So first of all, I was just thinking as a language teacher myself, if you are asked by a teacher, what is the rule of thumb for developing this sense of agency? Like, is there one big rule that you would like teachers to be aware of if they want to develop this sense of agency or autonomy? Because it was very interesting when you gave this example of chess and how you develop this as a skill. Like, what would you say is the rule of thumb if we have a rule of thumb in this regard?
Language teachers has very important role in facilitating the growth of agency or autonomy among language learners. So that's a very important recognition, probably the rule of thumb, principle one, and that we have a role to play, and then we will design the kind of activities that allow students to think about their learning. I think, or give them a little bit choice, or opportunity to think about learning, or opportunity of choosing from different pathways. That I think will be probably the principles that we remember, that we want our learners to have a sense of their ownership. They choose this and they own the decision, and they have better control.
Thank you so much. Just one last question, if you allow me.
Oh, another thing I would say, well, work together.
I wanted to ask about research in this area, because I'm really interested. Now, I know that research and autonomy has been like in two different areas, either using surveys or qualitative research using interviews. And so how about research in this area, in agency? What would you say is the tool that has been most widely used in this area? For those researchers who have joined us today, I'm sure they would be interested to see how to research in this area. What is the most useful tool in this area?
It really depends on the kind of conceptual approaches we adopt in research. So if I use ecological perspective, most likely I'll be using qualitative approach and in-depth engagement with teachers or learners' experiences, plus with some sort of exploration to look at the practice or what the language do in learning. But if you believe in that kind of social cognitive approach, then you're probably using a survey. So look at a self-efficacy, measuring their knowledge, understanding. I think all these approaches are fine because, as I said, it's just weird. It's just like the blind man touching the elephant, right? All the findings come together will help us to see the entire elephant rather than just one approach.
Yeah, totally agree. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was really enlightening. Would you like to add anything at the end, Professor Gao, at the end of this talk?
I just want to emphasize the importance of working together and collaborating with each other. This is probably and language education is not just about teaching language, but it's also about teaching growing human beings.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And by the way, we have already shared the link to your book in the chat box. So for our audience, they can find the link there. Thank you so much, Professor Gao. It was really a great pleasure to have you here today. Thank you for a very enlightening talk, enlightening ideas. I hope that we teachers will start developing ourselves in that area instead of just focusing on teaching and teaching. No, it's more about like developing this sense of autonomy and agency.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Subal. Really nice to see you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure. Great pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the audience as well. Actually, now we will be moving to the other rooms in a few minutes. 10:45 Saudi time. The other three rooms will be open for the concurrent sessions. So please join our concurrent sessions starting at 11. At 11:30, we will be back here for our second keynote talk by Professor Faqih Al-Rabai. So don't miss that one as well. It's about emotions. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, and hope to see you soon. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so welcome everyone again to the Applied Linguistics Research Symposium organized by Pennsylvania University. And this is our second keynote talk for today. The second talk is by Professor Faqih Al-Rabai. Let me first introduce him. So Professor Faqih is Professor of Applied Linguistics at King Khalid University, ALR in Saudi Arabia. He holds a PhD in linguistics from the University of Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. His research focuses on second foreign language acquisition with significant emphasis on psycholinguistics variables, including second foreign language motivation, language anxiety, learner emotions, and learner autonomy. Professor Al-Rabi's research output has been published in some of the highest ranked and most prestigious journals in the L2 domain, like Language Learning, Applied Linguistics, System, Language Teaching Research, Frontiers in Psychology, Journal of Multilingual and Multicultural Development, and the Journal for the Psychology of Language Learning. Professor Al-Rabai has also presented his research in top-tier applied linguistics conferences worldwide, including the IDA World Congress of Applied Linguistics, TESOL Convention, Self-Determination Theory Conference, the International Association for the Psychology of Language Learning, and Applied Linguistics Association of Australia. Professor Al-Rabai, it's a great pleasure to have you with us here today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suhad. It's a great pleasure for mine as well. And thank you so much for you and for Dr. Dina for your kind invitation to present at this symposium. So
Our pleasure. Our pleasure, Professor. So it's really interesting to see all of those emojis in your presentation. So the floor is all yours, and we are ready to listen about emotions in language learning.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for joining this presentation. And as you could see, my presentation today will be about emotions in language learning, as you can see these different faces on the screen. So in this talk, we will have some points that we will discuss. And the first is the concept of emotions. We will have some definitions or different definitions for emotions and the components of emotions. We will also describe and talk about emotions in language learning and positive psychology and the relationship between emotions in positive psychology. And we will then commence to the key point in this talk, which will be about the role of emotions in language education in general and language learning in particular. In that point, we will talk about the types of learner emotions in language learning and the role of each type, and we will then describe or talk about the relationship between learner emotions and their motivation, and then the relationship between learner emotions and their character strength, with special emphasis on two of these strengths, resilience and grit. We will then talk about the relationship between emotions and emotional intelligence and emotions and learner well-being, and some of the relationship between emotions and some of the language learning outcomes, like L2 achievement, L2 proficiency, engagement, and willingness to communicate. And we will also shed light on the relationship between emotions and learner basic psychological needs. We will also talk, inshallah, about measuring learner emotions, and we will conclude with emphasizing or suggesting some potential future areas of research on learner emotions in language learning domain. So the first point here is the concept of emotion. So what does emotion, or what does an emotion mean? So according to the American Psychological Association, ABAD, emotion could be defined as a complex reaction pattern. So an emotion is a matter or an issue of reactions to certain events or certain situations that an individual perceives as being significant or being important. And in this regard, emotions can therefore be said to have 4 underlying components: a cognitive component, a physiological component, behavioral component, and an affect component. So the cognitive reaction or the cognitive component of an emotion pertains to how an individual or a person thinks about a certain event or certain situation. How does the individual perceive that event? The physiological reaction or the physiological component of the emotion is the physiological changes in a person's body in response to that event or that situation. So if an individual perceives a certain situation or an event as, for example, as a threatening event, definitely the physiological changes will in the person's body will reflect that kind of effect. The behavioral reaction is the active expression or the active reaction of to that event. And the same thing, if the individual perceives that event as, for example, threatening or even relaxing, definitely he will react in that way. And finally, the final component of an emotion is the affect, which is the concluding state that the individual becomes into after perceiving an event and reacting to that effect. So it's the final state or the final mode that an individual demonstrates after perceiving an event and reacting to that specific event. When we talk about learner emotions, we have to definitely talk about positive psychology. So, because positive psychology, you know, is the theoretical framework within learner emotions are recognized. So we have different psychologists and linguists as well who defined positive psychology as the human strengths and virtues that help people thrive, flourish, and lead productive lives. So as you can see here, positive psychology is most concerned with the strengths of individuals that enables them to thrive, flourish, and lead happy, pleasant, and productive lives. And we are talking here about the role of positive psychology because emotions falls well within this discipline or area of knowledge. Based on the view of Seligman and Maheti, 2014, the notion of positive psychology was founded on 3 key pillars. And the first pillar of these 3 pillars is positive emotions, the positive modes that an individual demonstrates, like happiness and joy. And the second pillar is positive characteristics or traits like courage, optimism, resilience, emotional intelligence, whatever. And the third pillar of positive psychology is the positive institutions like family and, for example, school. These institutions are considered positive when they support the first two pillars, when they support the positive emotions of learners or individuals in general, and their positive characteristics or traits. One of the most influential theories of positive psychology, which is around which most of research, especially in language learning, research in language learning that has introduced the applications of positive psychology into the second language domain, is mostly built around the applications of this theory, which is the theory of Fredrickson, 2001, broaden and build theory of positive emotions. This theory emphasizes that there are certain distinct positive emotions, such as, for example, love, joy, and interest, that are able to broaden people's momentary thoughts and actions. And definitely these positive emotions will enable those individuals to build enduring resources and skills in the different aspects of their life, ranging from individuals' personal life to their physical life, to the social domain of their lives, intellectual domain, and definitely the psychological aspect of their lives. So the positive emotions in particular, or the role of positive emotions in particular, is built around this theoretical framework, or this theory, the broaden and build theory of positive emotions. We have some other definitions for emotions here, and I'm bringing here the definition of Peter McIntyre, which is a general definition for emotions in general, not emotions in language learning in particular, but I'm bringing it here because McIntyre is a psychologist and linguist at the same time, and he is the scholar who first introduced the applications of positive psychology to language learning in 2012. So in a seminal paper with Tammy Gregson. So McIntyre perceived or defined emotions or conceptualized the emotions here as the primary human motive and functions. That function or that work or act as an amplifier, and these emotions usually provide the intensity, urgency, and energy that enhances or promote our behaviors in everything we do, not only in language learning. Shaw and associates in 2019 provided this definition of emotions in language learning, or particularly for the language learning domain or language learning classroom. So those scholars define the L2 classroom emotions as affective experiences. They are affective experiences pertaining to the affect of an individual or affect of a language learner in particular, that are tied directly to language learning activities and the resulting learning outcomes resulting from the language learning. And those scholars or researchers described language learner emotions as a dynamic process which is determined by evaluations of their sociocultural shaped L2 learning task or language learning task in particular. So these are two definition emotions for definitions for emotions provided by language scholars. Swan 2013 described or argued that emotions in language learning, here he is referring to emotions in language learning, and described emotions in this respect as elephants in the room. And he argued that these emotions or emotions in language learning are usually poorly studied, poorly understood, and they are usually seen as inferior to rational thought. So he argued here or described the emotions as largely ignored, largely neglected problem. We know that emotions have a critical role in language learning, but unfortunately, they remained neglected for a long time. We know that they have a role, and we know that this role is critical, but we just acting as if they are not there at all. And he added that, yes, applied linguists may have underestimated the relevance of emotions in the past few decades, the relevance of emotions to language learning in the past few decades for two major reasons. The first is the dominance of the cognitive perspective during that time, and the other reason was the false belief that the study of emotions is somehow unscientific, which is absolutely not true, as we can see from the conclusions made by the huge amount of research on learner emotions done in the past 5 years or something like that. Breyer 2019 argues that despite the vast neglection of emotions in language learning, he argues that scholarly interest in the emotional dimension of language learning, teaching, and also use is booming, and that it's about now the time to acknowledge the presence of the elephant in the room, to acknowledge the significance and the vital and critical role of emotions in language learning. Now we are acknowledging the problem, and we have to deal with this problem and to have emotions acknowledged and implemented and deployed in our language learning, teaching, and use. And by referring to Fredrickson's theory of broaden and build theory, McIntyre and Gregson in 2012 were the first who highlighted the importance of emotions in language learning. Those two scholars were actually the scholars who introduced the applications of positive psychology to language learning, and the role, and they acknowledged and emphasized the role of positive emotions in language learning, in particular, the particular role of positive emotions. And as you could see, it's just 10 years back when they introduced the applications, almost 10 years, 11 years, when they published their seminal paper about the role of positive psychology in language learning, in which they emphasize the role of positive emotions in specific. Those two scholars acknowledge that, yes, negative emotions are there in every aspect of language learning and teaching. Yes, learners encounter and experience negative emotions, but these emotions could be reduced. How they could be reduced? They could be reduced if teachers enhanced or promoted the positive aspects or the positive emotions of their language learners. Why? To create a balance between these two different types of emotions. How can they create such balance? They could create such balance by trying to regulate the negative aspect or reduce it, and try at the same time to promote and increase or boost the positive aspect of learner emotions. And they stated that when emotions are better balanced, the students can become in a better position to learn the foreign language and accordingly or consequently build longer time resiliency and hardness. Gene Dowley and the co-authors in 2019 described the work of McIntyre and Gregson as the starting point that represents the early period of positive psychology in language learning. And they just describe this work as like a snowdrop after winter. something that we have been waiting for a long time, and it's just starting happening now. So it's just like a snowdrop after a long winter. We have two types of emotions in general and in language learning in particular. We have those positive emotions like hope, interest, joy, and enjoyment. And these emotions usually facilitate language learning and learning in general, broaden builds thinking and vision. They help undo the enduring or the negative or the unpleasant effect of negative emotions, and they definitely support or promote productive reactions to stressful experiences, and definitely will promote resilience and build personal and intellectual support resources. One big advantage of positive emotions is that they promote individual well-being, and they increase learners' awareness of language input and accordingly promote their acquisition of the foreign language. Definitely, positive emotions improve learners' resilience, and we will discuss the relationship between positive emotions and resilience in a separate section of this talk. And we will also discuss how positive emotions are intrinsically motivating, as established by many very recent investigations in the field. The other type of emotions is the negative emotions like fear, anxiety, depression, boredom, frustration, and anger, and definitely the well-known disadvantage or the well-acknowledged disadvantage of such type of emotions is that they impede learning. They are a barrier. They are barriers in developing the foreign language. So, as you could see here, according to language or using certain situations. Unfortunately, but second language research was most concerned with the role of negative emotions in language learning, with great emphasis on language anxiety, which was the most widely studied emotions in second language acquisition. But fortunately, emotional research in the past 5 or 6 application is that positive psychology allows for a holistic perspective by which we can care for both positive and negative emotions. We can have a holistic perspective, a holistic approach by which we can promote the positive emotions of language learners, and as at the same time try to regulate their negative emotions. And the success of this approach, the collective approach or the holistic approach, was empirically quasi-experimental investigations we have conducted in a couple of years ago, and we got that published the last year. And what we found, or the key conclusion we came up with from these quasi-experimental interventions, was that these interventions demonstrated the validity of the holistic perspective by which both positive and negative emotions could inherently be integrated, not only to control for the negative, the effects of negative emotions, but also we could also have better learning outcomes if we follow or deploy this holistic approach in our teaching. So these investigations confirm that it's better to adopt this holistic approach by which we can care for both types. We cannot neglect that negative emotions are there, but we have also to deploy positive emotions. And by deploying positive emotions, definitely we can't reduce or even diminish the negative effect of negative ones or negative emotions. When we talk about the relationship between emotions and L2 motivations, we have some very recent investigations that verified or confirmed or acknowledged that emotions are intrinsically motivating for language learners. Like the study of McIntyre and Finis, they investigated the relationship between 10 positive emotions, 9 negative emotions, and the students' motivation. And they found that the positive emotions held constant and higher correlations with learners' motivations compared to the negative emotions. Zhang et al. 2020 found significant positive correlations between integrativeness and instrumental orientations of motivations and foreign language enjoyment as a positive emotion. Also Pan and Zhang 2021 followed or deployed a longitudinal study over a period of 14 weeks, and they found that foreign language enjoyment as a positive emotion was significantly positively correlated with different behaviors or different motivated behaviors of language learners, like their motivational intensity, intended effort, out to L2 self system, self, ideal L2 self, their attitudes, and their linguistic self-confidence. All of these variables are motivational variables. Dolly and colleagues, 2023, investigated the interactions between foreign language enjoyment as a positive emotion, foreign language classroom anxiety as a negative emotions, and the motivation of the 360 foreign language learners of different languages, of English, German, French, and Spanish, via 4 data collections. And out of this, or the conclusion they came up with, out of these 4 data collections, that the high foreign language enjoyment can act as a buoy for increasing motivation, and thus for positive emotions could be considered as intrinsically motivating. Promotes positive emotions could be considered to promote intrinsic motivation of language learners. And in the quasi-experimental we conducted the past few years, we also found that same thing. In one of these investigations, we found that the large effect of the emotion regulation treatment, it had its largest effect on learner motivation. Motivation was largely affected or influenced by the emotion regulation treatment, by the treatment that was geared towards promoting the positive aspect of emotions and controlling the negative emotions. And in these 2 investigations, the positive emotions had its strongest correlation with students' motivations. So the conclusions of these 3, 4, or 5 studies all support the conclusions made by McIntyre and the other scholars who hypothesize that positive emotions are intrinsically motivating because they are directly connected to the different variables of motivation, of learners' motivation or language learners' motivations. When we talk about the relationship between learners' motivations and their character strengths, and especially resilience, we can see that research acknowledges that positive emotions enhance language learner resilience. They help them revert back from the difficulty they experienced or the past unpleasant experience they had when they learn a foreign language. Foreign language, and if learners with higher levels of enjoyment as a positive emotion appear more resilient in the second language, as has been established by a couple of past different studies, as you could see here. Kim and other colleagues in 2017 argued that high levels of language anxiety as a negative emotion are often represented in low resilience by language learners. And the other side of the relationship is also correct or true, in that higher levels of resilience could play an important or a prominent role in reducing learners' anxiety associated with language learning. And the studies here concluded also that highly anxious and bored deaf learners exhibit low resilience in their language learning. We also found in one study of myself and Dr. Al-Amir 2023 that foreign language enjoyment and foreign language boredom directly influenced L2 resilience, but in different ways. Foreign language anxiety, foreign language enjoyment had a direct positive influence on resilience, while boredom definitely had a negative influence or a negative path or a negative relationship with resilience. With regard to grit, learners' grit as a character strength, anxiety definitely has been found to be negatively related to grit, and grit also exerted in another study. We found that grit exerted a moderate positive direct effect on enjoyment as a positive emotion. And also in another study by Solhi and other researchers in 2023, they found that grit was a strong predictor of boredom coping strategies. So in these two last studies, this one and this one, grit acted as a predictor of emotions, a predictor of enjoyment as a positive emotion here, and a predictor of boredom coping strategies and negative emotions. With regard to learners' trait emotional intelligence, which is another characteristic of learners, trait emotional intelligence definitely has been found to be mostly related to language learner emotions. So higher levels of trait emotional intelligence were found to be linked to higher levels of positive emotions like enjoyment, and the lower levels of trait emotional intelligence have been found to be negatively correlated to learner anxiety and learner boredom as well. In one study by Lee and Zhu in 2019, those two scholars or researchers deployed a kind of experimental intervention. They conducted a 6-week experimental intervention to boost learners' emotional intelligence. And what they found was that the intervention was effective in boosting learners' emotional intelligence. And at the same time, this intervention was effective in enhancing the positive emotions of learners and also in controlling or reducing their negative emotions. So this study came up with the conclusion that any developments in trait emotional intelligence is equipped by developments in learners' emotions, both positive and negative emotions. Trait emotional intelligence also helps language learners recognize their emotions or helps them identify their emotions. So in the study by Dewey and associates in 2019, they found that students with higher levels of positive or of emotional intelligence were better in identifying or recognizing or acknowledging their emotions. Trait emotional intelligence doesn't only help learners identify their emotions, but it also helps them regulate their emotions, as has been established by different studies or different investigations, in that high emotional intelligence, learners with high emotional intelligence perceive themselves as more capable for controlling their stress and becoming or feeling more self-confident. Trait emotional intelligence doesn't only help learners identify their emotions or regulate it, but it also helps them transform negative emotions into positive emotions, definitely to reduce stress, anxiety, conflict, improve relationship with others, increase achievements in any aspect, any discipline, including language learning, increase stability, self-motivation, social awareness, and harmony with others, as established by Oxford 2016 and Goldman 2012. When we talk about the relationship or the association between emotions and language learner well-being, so we can see that emotions lie at the heart of three models of language learner well-being. The first is PERMA model of language learner well-being by Seligman 2011. He used the acronym PERMA to reflect the multiple dimensions of the good life, including a focus on positive emotions as the first dimension in the model. Also, in the empathics model of language learner well-being by Oxford 2016, we see that emotions and empathy comes the first of the 21 interrelated, interacting, and evolving dimensions pertaining to human well-being. In a third model, for EMIC model by Prof. Dolly and I, we found that emotions, empathy, emotional intelligence was the first dimensions of language learner well-being, besides definitely motivation and characteristics. We got a paper published on this model just last week. So yes, the relationship between emotions and language learner well-being is well emphasized, well acknowledged in these three different models. Definitely, emotions are strongly connected to the different language learning outcomes, and the first or the most important is achievement and proficiency in the foreign language. So emotions are definitely connected. For example, language anxiety is negatively, it's well acknowledged that language anxiety is negatively related to language achievement, as established by different investigations over the past years. So the more anxious language learners are, the lower their level of achievement will be. This is almost a fact in the L2 domain. And boredom as a negative emotions has been also found to decrease academic achievement, as established by these studies. Enjoyment as a positive emotion has been found in the study of Lin and Zhang 2021 to have a direct positive impact on language achievement represented in the test scores of learners. In a recent study by Zhao and Wang 2023, they found that foreign language enjoyment and foreign language boredom coexist as twins, but definitely with adverse nature or adverse rules regarding students' achievements. Definitely high levels of foreign language enjoyment and low levels of foreign language boredoms were linked to higher levels of language achievement in their study. In the experimental interventions or quasi-experimental interventions we had in the past couple of years, we found that a larger positive change. In one of these investigations, we had three groups. Negative emotions controlling strategies, and we have noticed or found a larger positive change occurred in learners' achievement in the positive emotion promoting strategy, promoting groups compared to negative emotions controlling strategies. This means that learners' achievement or language achievement is more related or connected to positive emotions or promoting positive emotions than reducing or controlling negative emotions. So thus positive emotions do not only undo the negative or the bad influence of negative emotions, but also could further results in better learning outcomes. In these investigations, we have noticed that the positive improvements in L2 learner achievement was in the combined group or the third group. In the third group, we tried to have a collective approach by which we implemented different strategies to promote positive emotions and another bunch of different strategies to control for negative emotions, which was the holistic approach which we already talked about. And we have noticed that the largest positive change in students or participants' language achievement was in this was captured in this specific group, the combined group. Okay, so the relationship between emotions and language engagement is also emphasized or acknowledged by past research. So Mercer 2019 argued that learner engagement is demonstrated by expressing positive emotions such as enjoyment, enthusiasm, anticipation, and while disengagement or language disengagement is represented by negative emotions such as anxiety, boredom, frustration, and anger. Other studies also suggest that students' engagement in the classroom is substantially or significantly determined by their emotional response to language tasks. So according to these studies, the degree of engagement is dependent on the type of emotional reaction those students approach the learning tasks with. Emotional engagement in particular, which is one important aspect of engagement. So emotional engagement in particular is manifested in a range of emotions, positive emotions, and also negative emotions as established by Hiver and Mercer. In some studies like Noel 2019 and Zhu and other researchers 2022, they have noticed a kind of a decline in students' engagement over time, especially by the mid of the semester in these two studies. And they acknowledged or attributed this kind of decline in students' engagement, classroom engagement, to the role of boredom as a negative emotion. So they acknowledge, these studies acknowledge the relationship or the connections or associations between learners' emotions and learners' engagement, in which learners' emotions could affect learners' engagement over time. So fluctuations in engagement could be affected by fluctuations in learners' emotions. With regard to the connections between emotions and willingness to communicate, or learners' willingness to communicate in the language classroom, participants in the study of McIntyre and WAG 2021 reported that emotions were the most relevant factor driving fluctuations of their willingness to communicate in the second language or the language classroom. Those participants reported that their willingness to communicate increased when discussing positive emotions and decreased when they describe negative emotions. And in this study, the authors concluded that emotions play a major role in shaping patterns of willingness to communicate fluctuations, and emphasize that language emotions or learner emotions should be included in the pyramid model of willingness to communicate founded or introduced by McIntyre and colleagues in 1998. In this pyramid, or the willingness to communicate pyramid, the emotions were largely neglected except with the role of anxiety. And here, based on the conclusions they came up with in their recent study, they are calling for more inclusion of the emotions in this pyramid or this model. Language anxiety definitely has been found to be negatively related to learners' willingness to communicate by a vast body of research, and it hasn't been found to demonstrate or to hold the negative association, but it also has been found to be the strongest negative predictor of willingness to communicate in the language classroom. Krok 2022 theorized that language willingness to communicate is also negatively correlated with the learner boredom in the language classroom. And in other studies, the very recent studies, they have concluded or found or noticed that learners' willingness to communicate was diminished when boredom began to sit out in the language classroom. Enjoyment as a positive emotion has been found to hold positive associations or links with learners' willingness to communicate in the second language, and it has been found to exert a direct positive influence on this variable. Okay. Significant indirect negative paths were detected from anxiety to learners' willingness to communicate through the mediation of some emotions like enjoyment. In our study in 2022 on the association between learner emotions and willingness to communicate in the second language. Okay, definitely and significantly, emotions are connected to learners' basic psychological needs of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. In a recent study by Fing and other scholars, they ran a bivariate correlation between learners' basic psychological needs of autonomy, competence, and relatedness, and their emotions of enjoyment, anxiety, and boredom. And participants here was a big sample of almost 948 Chinese university learners, and they came to this conclusion. The findings of this study revealed that learners who demonstrated or exhibited high levels of basic psychological needs satisfaction, they also demonstrated high levels of their positive emotions. So learners' basic psychological needs satisfaction was correlated or connected with positive emotions, and the low satisfaction or the basic psychological needs frustrations in this study was connected to their negative emotions. So this remains one of the very rare and recent studies on the connections between learners' emotions and learner basic psychological needs. Many past research concluded that when students' basic psychological needs are fulfilled, learners are expected to develop higher levels of intrinsic motivation, higher level of positive emotions, well-being, and eventually higher levels of language achievement. We're moving now to see how can we measure learner emotions. So one scale of to measure different emotions of language learners is the positive and negative affect schedule. This 6-item scale consists of a number of words that describe different feelings and emotions, and respondents are asked to indicate to what extent they felt these kind of emotions, these 20 emotions, during the language classroom. There were many attempts as well to develop short forms to measure certain emotions like enjoyment. This study by both 2020 and other researchers, 2021, attempted to develop this short form for measuring students' enjoyment. And what they found is that foreign language enjoyment could be fall into three subscales. One subscale is related to teacher-related enjoyment or teacher appreciation. The second subscale is personal enjoyment, and the third is the social enjoyment. Under each of these scales, we can see 3 items. So the total item in this short form scale is 9 items that measures 3 subscales of learner, foreign language learner enjoyment. Another attempt was conducted by Botis as well. She's so brilliant in validation scales, and we've just invited her last night to join us in validating our well-being model, because she can do the analysis, identify the findings, interpret that findings. So we just invited her last night to join us in this project. So yes, those researchers attempted to develop and validate a short form of foreign language scale, and they came up with 8 items. And what they found was that this scale is a unidimensional structure. All the 8 items loaded on one factor. This means they can measure foreign language anxiety, classroom anxiety, as one component or one scale consisting of these 8 items. Here are some potential future areas of research on learner emotions in applied linguistics. There are many positive psychology themes that remain unresearched, as identified by Oxford 2016 in her empathics model. These themes definitely remain unresearched, like meaning, empathy, hope, optimism, time perspective, hardness, habits of mind. These are remains unresearched areas in the field of second language acquisition. Definitely there remains a vital need to deploy emotion regulation experimental intervention in the classroom, targeting the enhancement of positive aspects of emotions and controlling the negative aspects as well, and adopting a nuanced or holistic or collective or combined approach to deal with these different types of emotions. Experimental interventions definitely and usually or almost always yield valuable results, unequivocal results in most times. One very important area that remain or not enough explored thoroughly explored is the empirical connections between language learner positive psychological needs, satisfaction, and frustration, and their emotions. We can definitely investigate this relationship via experimental interventions that could be done both ways. We can deploy some strategies to enhance or promote learners' basic psychological needs satisfaction, or control their frustration and assess the influence of that on their emotions. And we can do it the other way. We can do emotion regulation interventions and test how that would affect their satisfaction or frustration, need satisfaction or need frustration. These are some selected references. I do wish that this talk was beneficial or of interest to everyone, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Faqih, for a very interesting talk. It's really interesting to see how complicated those issues related to emotions are, whether they are positive or negative, and how they interact with the learners and how they learn a language. So thank you so much. If you allow me, I would like to start with a question from Dr. Tahira. Dr. Tahira, yes, you can put your mic on, if you like.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh. Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to, first of all, thank all of the organizers for this distinguished conference, and also like to thank Professor Al-Rabai for your comprehensive presentation. As a psychologist here at Prince Sultan University, I really appreciated your presentation about emotions. And I wanted to share, I once had a student who had a stuttering problem as well as anxiety problems. When I asked her about the history of her situation, she directly linked her problems to negative experiences with learning the English language. Specifically, one instructor, not at our university, but in her elementary school, had regularly punished her whenever she made mistakes, which led to issues in her speaking not only English, but also her Arabic language. So I heard a lot in your presentation about intrinsic motivation, as well as in general about class anxiety. What have you found about the impact of instructors' lack of emotional intelligence on their learners? And what advice would you give to language learners who've had such negative experiences, whether they're students or teachers? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So yes, let's start from the last point, the negative experiences or negative attributions learners usually bring with them into the language classroom. These negative attributions usually have definitely negative consequences on their learners, and unless we control for the negative past, we will definitely have negative future and negative present as well. So the only way is to try to have access to the negative experiences of those students and try to control for these, the way you see works better. And the other question about emotional intelligence?
Yes, I was asking. Yes, I was asking you in terms of the impact of instructors' lack of emotional intelligence. So for instructors, if you will, who sometimes perhaps, whether they be male or female, they might have had a bad day and they walk into the class, and some of those emotions, as you know, might get displaced on their students. What have you found about the role of the instructor's emotional intelligence and how that impacts their students' emotional well-being?
This has something to do with the emotions of teachers, of language teachers, and honestly, it's a very important aspect that is not less significant than the emotions of students themselves. And definitely, the negative mode of teachers will definitely influence the mode and emotions of students. The only way is that teachers should control their negative modes, not to convey that to their students. Research is now heading this way. There are now new investigations about teachers' emotions and teacher emotional intelligence, how to control their emotions, how to keep that away, their negative modes or negative emotions away from their students. So yes, this is a new area of research. Fortunately, L2 research is heading to.
Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question and for the interesting answer. We also have another question here from Aisha Islam. So she's asking, in standardized language testing, the learner's negative emotions are at peak. So how do language teachers who prepare them for these tests like IELTS and TOEFL, how do they promote positive emotions?
So with regard to the standardized language tests?
Yeah, so usually when a student is prepared for a language test, especially when it's standardized like IELTS or TOEFL, the emotions, the negative emotions will be at peak. Anxiety, negative emotions, will I pass, will I get the score that I need? So the question is, how can we as language teachers help them in this regard? How can we deal? Do we have any research in this area?
Language test is generally one component or one main source of language anxiety. Whether it's a standardized test or a progress test or at the end of the semester test, the only way, or there are some strategies that the teachers can deploy to minimize the negative influence of language tests. They can discuss the structure of, I'm talking about achievement tests, not standardized tests. they can discuss the structure and the outline of students with the students ahead of the exam. They can also display to them the way of marking and correcting their sheet of papers and the way they will score these papers. And definitely they can discuss with them might be somehow the consequences or the marks or the possible marks assigned to this exam. So these are some of the strategies that teachers can follow, minimize the negative influence of test anxiety with achievement test or progress test, but not sure actually about any studies that that described or discuss how to deal with test anxiety of those standardized tests, because it's something out of the control of language teachers. It's imposed by or written or provided by a third party that's out of the control of teachers.
Yeah, that is an interesting area of research, I think, for the future. Like, because we are giving students those IELTS preparation courses and TOEFL preparation courses all the time. We are focusing on things related to language, writing skill, listening skills and things like that. But are we really trying to tackle this issue of negative emotions in order to prepare them for the exam? So maybe an interesting area for future research.
For classroom exam, for class exam, yes, definitely the teacher can have a significant role controlling students' test anxiety. But for an exam like this, that's coming from a third party, it's quite challenging for a teacher.
Yeah.
It depends on the examinee, him or herself, and the third party that will conduct that test.
Yeah, that's true. There are so many factors that can play a role there. Thank you so much. We have another question from Aisha. She's asking, what are some of the best tools to assess emotions in language learning context?
Tools, measurements, she means? The three tools we described earlier here. And the most will research the emotions are anxiety and enjoyment, and we have very recent short forms developed to measure these two emotions. We have also a third scale by Bowlek and Crook to measure boredom. So there are many recent scales that are developed recently to measure these emotions.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Here we have another question from Asia. She's asking, is there a correlation between the size of a classroom per teacher and the ability of the students to decrease their FLA? I think she means foreign language anxiety, maybe. If the teacher isn't able to give enough attention to a student who has a high level of anxiety, does it affect their success rate in learning the language?
Definitely, the class size has a negative influence. It usually evokes learners' anxiety, and the teacher usually has very limited options dealing with learners' anxiety in a very large class. And even anxiety-reducing interventions or anxiety-controlling interventions usually works very little, or they sometimes fail to control learners' anxiety in a large class. So definitely the class size has a negative influence on learners' emotions. It first evokes anxiety among them, and any attempt or intervention to control the anxiety of a large class usually has very little positive consequences or results, and sometimes it fails altogether.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we know that most of the time our classes are big. So this is something that maybe administration needs to work on.
That's definitely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Here is another question from Muhammad Al-Anisi, I think. So how can L2 students be encouraged to actively participate in class discussions without feeling anxious or fearful of potential negative reactions from their classmates speaking?
Okay. Involving students into discussions or enhancing their engagement The first prerequisite for this is to control their anxiety. And we have, you know, doctor, we have three main sources for learner anxiety. One of them is fear of negative evaluation. Fear of negative evaluation is very prevalent source of anxiety in our context. In order to control this, we have to find some solutions, explain to students that mistakes are, or making errors is a normal part of the learning, and without making errors we cannot learn, and try to convince them this way. Use this strategy and use similar strategies. Making errors is a very normal part of the learning process, and it's through errors that we learn.
Yeah.
And try to eliminate the negative reactions from their classmates, laughing, or something like that.
Bullying, sometimes from the advanced speakers.
Yeah, try to eliminate that, take it or diminish that.
Is there any research, by the way, in the area of bullying in language classrooms and how it affects like speaking ability of the beginner students?
I'm not sure about this actually.
Yeah, but I think it would be interesting because, you know, this semester actually I have been teaching a group and there was this, you know, mismatch. I had some very advanced speakers. I think their language was really advanced, and they had some students who were really like trying to speak in English. They were confident, but those students, the advanced students, would have some bullying in the background from time to time. So it would be interesting to see what is the role of the teacher here as well. How can we minimize this, and how can we help the group to, you know, to be supportive in a way?
Learner autonomy means a lot here. So when you enhance autonomy, it goes in fact in parallel with reducing or controlling learner anxiety.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe we have time for two more questions if you allow us. Here we have another question from Yen. Is there a need to apply control value theory of achievement emotions into studies within second language acquisition? Control value theory.
Yes, definitely. This theory is gaining strong momentum. Some of very recent studies are utilizing this theory in the field. Yes, and definitely you can go and look for these very recent studies by Shao or something like that.
Yeah, interesting. And here is one more question from Naif. How to use the local motivational Arabic vocabulary such as kafu to motivate the Saudi students learning English low level? So can we use those Arabic expressions to...
I'm not sure. This is my first time I hear about this.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we have, again, research. I think this area of research is huge. And as you said, there are so many gaps in the field. This is one thing that, so as language teachers, we do use those expressions from time to time. And it would be interesting to see what is the effect on the learner.
But instead, I recommend using Dornay 2001 framework of motivational strategies to motivate language learners. That would be definitely enough. More than enough.
Yeah, interesting. One more question from my side, if you allow me, because I am interested in eye tracking. I had this question in mind. Are you aware of any research using eye tracking as a tool to examine emotions? Like, for example, if I give you feedback as a learner for your writing, where do you look exactly? Does it really affect your emotions? You know, are you aware of research using eye tracking in this area?
Not really sure, but I think this is a valuable future point of research.
Yeah. Eye tracking is
research is in language learning or second language domain is very recent, and there are many ideas that could be utilized. One of them is this one.
Yeah, I think, because I know there is some research in the area of testing, like where do you look exactly when you are taking a multiple choice exam, for example? Do you look at the different options, at the distractor, or at the STEM, and so on? So it would be interesting to see how emotions affect your, as a learner, your how you take feedback. Where do you look exactly at feedback? Do you look at the positive words or at the negative words more? Does it really make a difference if the feedback is too positive or too negative?
I definitely believe that teacher feedback has either positive or negative influence on learners' emotions. Definitely.
Yeah. We all agree, I think. Thank you so much, Professor. It was a great pleasure to have you here today. We really enjoyed your talk. All the discussion following was interesting. If you'd like to add something at the end, please.
That's it. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you so much for your kind invitation again.
Thank you so much. Thanks to you. So at the end of this session, I would like to remind everyone that now we have a break until 1:30 Saudi time. And then afterwards, we will have concurrent sessions until 2:30. At 2:30, we will be back here to room 4 for the plenary session, the third plenary session today by Professor Janine. So please don't miss it. See you soon.
See you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. Goodbye. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. This is our third keynote speaker for today. Today we have Professor Janine Treppers-Danner. So let me first introduce you, if you allow me. So Janine Treppers-Danner is Professor Emerita at the University of Reading in the UK. She has published widely on code switching, borrowing, and other language contact phenomena in a variety of language pairs. She has also published about the link between language, literacy, and academic achievement, and focused on issues facing multilingual learners in classrooms in the UK and in India. She is editor-in-chief of Languages and member of the editorial board of the International Journal of Bilingualism and of Bilingualism, Language, and Cognition. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonwolf, for these very kind and generous words. It's a great honor for me to have been invited to be a keynote speaker at this event. And I'd like to start by thanking Professor Mahmoud and Professor El-Dax for contacting me and welcoming me to this event. I have greatly enjoyed today, and I hope to engage in a discussion with everybody at the end of this talk. So today we're going to talk about code switching and translanguaging. And it's an opportunity for me to explore these concepts in a little bit more detail. I've worked on code switching, as Suhat has just explained, for a long time, but I haven't used the term translanguaging very much in my own work. It is kind of the new kid on the block in language contact. And it's a fantastic term. It's been enormously popular. Over the past 10 years or so, there have been more than 3,000 publications that have the keyword translanguaging in them. So it's really one of the most successful terms that have been introduced in the past few years. What I'd like to do here is to explore to what extent this notion brings something new to the analysis of language contact and to the analysis of what is happening in the classroom. Right, so this is a little overview of what we're going to do. So first of all, we're looking at these terms, what do they all mean? And then looking at why would people be interested in this? We will then proceed to looking at pedagogical translanguaging. So what is happening in a classroom? Because that is where the notion of translanguaging was used in the first place. And then we'll look at spontaneous translanguaging. So what happens when languages get together in situations outside the classroom? And what does it have to do with the language contact we find within the classroom? I will briefly mention the key theoretical claims that proponents of translanguaging have made and refer to the detailed critique of this notion that has emerged in recent years in various outlets. I will be particularly interested in what translanguaging proponents have to say about code switching, and I'll try to argue that there are more similarities than differences between those terms. I will finish by having a little look at some evidence from psycholinguistics and neuroscience, which can be brought to bear on this idea that languages are actually psychologically real, which is what some proponents of translanguaging claim it is not the case. Right, so let's just begin with an example of code switching from the Saudi Arabian context. We see here a sentence entirely in Arabic, followed by a sentence entirely in English. Now, this is typical for what we call code switching between sentences or intersentential code switching. And people look at this kind of thing from the perspective of discourse analysis. Why does it happen at this point in the conversation that people suddenly switch to another language? Or it's looking at the social meaning of switches. And in this particular study, this is also about finding out what the differences are in code switching between males and females in Saudi Arabia. Now, this is very different from switching within sentences, also called intrasentential code switching or code mixing, which is where you have a sentence that contains lexical items and grammatical features from two languages. So here we see a sentence that is actually completely in Arabic, but in the middle of that sentence, we see an expression like 1 month appearing in that sentence. So a lexical item, you could say, or a phrase, short phrase, that is completely embedded in another language. Okay, that's very straightforward. Now, the point is, of course, why would anybody care about this? And there are different answers to this question. So linguists would say, well, it's really interesting that people can switch so much within one sentence, because actually, and so fluently, because actually words and rules belong to one language. So how can you take words and rules from another language and put them together in one sentence with the words from the first language? That is quite extraordinary. Is anything possible when you code switch within a sentence, or are there specific rules for it? Either constraints on what you can and what you cannot do? That is what linguists find most interesting. And psychologists say, well, we know that bilinguals can inhibit words from one of the languages if needed, which is what I am doing at the moment, right? I speak at home, I speak Dutch and German most often, but at the moment those languages are not relevant. I need to stick to English, so I'm doing my best to inhibit my Dutch and my German. But in other circumstances, when I'm with my family members, we can happily switch between those languages within sentences, between sentences. So psychologists have this issue that you need to account for both these abilities. So the ability to keep languages apart and the ability to switch fluently between systems. Now, in a very nice volume edited by Bullock and Toribio, the mention is made of 3 different possible perspectives, of key perspectives on code switching: the linguistics perspective, the psycholinguistics perspective, and the sociolinguistic perspective. So linguistics, where can we switch? What can be switched? Psycholinguistics saying, what are the implications of switching for models of bilingual processing and for neuroscience? And sociolinguistics saying, what social cultural variables co-vary with the patterns we find? A very important comment is made by these 2 researchers in 2009, and they say we can only understand code switching if we integrate the findings from these 3 fields. And my question then, that was 2009, and now we're 2023, is this integration happening? And I must say that I don't think it is. Right? People work in their own small field and don't actually perceive very much of what's going on outside. Some people do their best. I'm not saying that everybody ignores information from other fields, but there is a tendency to stick with the people that have the same opinions and work in the same field. So, for example, if you imagine two people sitting on a bench, this lady in the yellow is a linguist, and she says, if only the psychologists would listen more to linguists. And the lady in the red sweater says, if only linguists would listen more to psychologists, right? So there is a dialogue, but is it really a dialogue where people really listen properly to each other and take the comments from the others on board? It looks a little bit like the card that my husband gave to me last year, which read, "Du hast zwar recht, aber ich finde meine Meinung besser," which translates as, "You may be right, but I like my opinion better." And sometimes I feel that academic discourse is a bit like that. Are we ever completely convinced by somebody else's opinion, or somebody else's points of view, somebody else's arguments? And do we take them on board in our own research? Or do we just continue with what we thought was best before? So my view on translanguaging is that it actually offers a very important new and complementary perspective on the issue of mixing within and between sentences, an educational perspective. This view is clearly controversial. Some people see translanguaging as something completely different, but I think let's try and find bridges, let's try and find commonalities wherever we can, because that is the way forward, as also Bullock and Toribio said in 2009. So the question in the educational perspective is, how can teachers use all the resources that multilingual students have to promote learning, or to promote metalinguistic awareness, or to promote well-being in the classroom, right? All those things. So then let's look at this pedagogical translanguaging. So that's where the term originated, as I said at the start. It refers to pedagogical practices where students alternate between languages for receptive and productive use. So that means when Ken Williams created this term in 1994, it referred to a practice where people read a text in English and they talked about it in Welsh, or vice versa. And quite interesting is this comment that he makes, is that it is a skill that happens naturally in everyday life. Because this is the context of Wales, there are so many bilinguals, English-Wales bilinguals, and they also code switch in daily life. They do not only code switch in the classroom, they also code switch in everyday life. And there is a similarity, that's what he notes, a similarity between what's happening in the classroom and what's happening outside the classroom. Now, some of us might think, well, what is the novelty here? Of course, that's what bilinguals do. But we need to understand that there is a previous, let me try and get rid of this, a previous negative attitudes towards the use of the first language in the classroom. When I learned French in secondary school, we were very much in the situation where we were not allowed to use any other languages, not our first language, Dutch, in the classroom. We had French dictionaries that were completely monolingual, so French words were explained in French. Right? And nobody used those dictionaries because that was far too difficult for us. But this was the tradition of language teaching for a long time. Bilingualism is developed through two separate monolingual instructional routes, says Lambert in 1984. And Jim Cummins takes issue with that and says this two solitudes assumption, the two languages are isolated from each other and don't never meet in the classroom, is not such a good idea. So many people will be familiar with this approach that is called the direct method, or the natural method, or the Berlitz method, which really is based on offering people as much as possible input in the second language, immersing the learner in the same way as when a first language is learned. No translation. So that is against this previous way of teaching languages, the grammar translation methods, where people were constantly translating from one language to the other, and they didn't develop any listening skills or speaking skills, right? So that against the history of the development of L2 teaching, we can understand that it's novel to say, actually, the first language has something has a place in the classroom. But that we need to say that it's not a very novel idea, that is not the translanguaging community that came up with that in the first instance. It is Jim Cummins already at the end of the 1990s, and Vivian Cook famously, made a case for the first language in the second language classroom. Okay, so moving on now from the pedagogical translanguaging, it has been developed strongly in a very wide and different directions, right? To not just refer to the classroom, but to much wider practices. And Ofelia Garcia and Ricardo Oteki write in 2015 that translanguaging refers to using one's idiolect, that is one's linguistic repertoire, without regard for socially and politically defined language labels or boundaries. And Jasona Janos and Dirk Horte have also worked extensively on translanguaging, and they use this notion of spontaneous translanguaging. They say this can happen in educational settings, but it can also happen outside these. And it refers to the reality of bilingual or multilingual usage in naturally occurring contexts, where the boundaries between languages are fluid and constantly shifting. And Li Wei then in 2017 took this all even further and said this is a theory of language that we're talking about, a totally new approach of to language, transcending the traditional divides between the linguistic, non-linguistic, cognitive, and semiotic systems. Now, I want to first begin by looking at pedagogical translanguaging in more detail, because that is where it all started. And in the literature, a distinction is made between strong practices and weak practices of translanguaging. The strong practices meaning you use the resources from students' whole multilingual repertoire next to each other in the same classroom, whereas the weak practices are those where you have the two languages in different parts of the curriculum, but not in the same class. Now, let me give you an example from a study by Jason Anderson in India, where we see a teacher using English as well as Telugu at the start of the class when he does a roll call, or what we call a register in English. And he notes that one student is not there who is normally there. And he asks the others, what is going on? And then they share a joke, because one says, okay, he's away because of his grandmother, and the other says, no, he's going for a marriage. And the teacher makes a joke out of it. Is it for his grandmother's marriage? And of course, everybody laughs. So the function of pedagogical translanguaging here is to establish rapport with the learners. Okay, that's just one of the many functions that translanguaging can have. Okay, now we have seen an example, and I would like to ask you all to reflect on the example that I am going to give you now, and to type in the answer to the question in the chat box. You can take your time, because we will only talk about it in the discussion session, so at the end of the talk. So the setting is a primary school in the UK. And there is a 6-year-old girl from Germany in a class of monolingual speakers of English. And the teacher, to make the child feel comfortable in her new environment, asks all the children to count in German when she does a register. So the first child says eins instead of her name, the second one zwei, the third one drei, and so on and so on. So my question is this translanguaging? From your understanding of what translanguaging stands for, you give an answer to the question by typing in either yes or no in the comment box. You can do more, of course, but yes or no would be more than enough. And then we can discuss further in the discussion section. So my issue with the translanguaging is that it has been operationalized in so many different ways that I'm really baffled how many different things it refers to. Right? It can be reading a text in one language, summarizing or discussing it in another language, free flow, cognate forms, vocabulary teaching, using resources from different language, wordplay, use of glosses, etc., etc. And I don't know of any construct that has been operationalized in such a variety of ways and refers to so many different things. I'm a little bit worried about it, if it can mean so many different things. And in fact, this is also a comment made by one of the critics of translanguaging. He says, actually, the narrow sense of translanguaging, referring to the classroom, has really been reconfigured into a terminological house with many rooms. I want to also look in a little bit more detail at a text that is in one of the publications on translanguaging, and that is to do with the annotations that the students in India make on this on this text. We have a text here that consists of approximately 300 words, and about 10% of these words are unknown. If you count the annotations, there are 30 of those in here. Now, as people who work on vocabulary know, and we had an excellent talk by Ferran Geza just earlier today, and he will certainly have a view on this too, as does Suhat probably, and Dina, because they're also experts of vocabulary. We need to know about 98 to 99% of the words in a text in order for us to be able to understand the text. And that is a consensus in vocabulary studies. So with my other hats on, I look at the complexity of vocabulary in text. And when I see this, I get extremely worried that learners are being presented with a text that is way too difficult for them. And there's a big risk if we say, okay, given a text that's far too difficult, let them just do a bit of translanguaging into their first languages, and then it's going to be okay. Now, it's not going to be okay, because finding even the right translation equivalent in your other language is not going to be easy if you know so few words. You cannot even pick the right translation there. I would like to just illustrate the difficulty of translating to all of you, and I think there are many people probably attending right now who know more about translation than I do, because it's one of the topics that is being presented about in this event. But if you look at a very simple example, English chair and French chaise, do they really mean the same thing? Do they refer to exactly the same concept? And the answer is going to be no, as you might expect, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have presented this to you. So I'll show you what I did. I went on Google Images and I typed in the word chair in English, and this is what I got, right? That's totally unsurprising what you see here, right? You see chairs, as you might expect. But then what I did is I changed the language on Google to French. And then I typed chaise. And this is what I got. So my question to you is, do you see the differences between these two pictures? I'll go back once more. Here is the one where we have English chair. And here is the one where we have French chaise. And if you look carefully, you'll see there's a difference because the French chaise doesn't have armrests. Right? The English one has armrests, can have armrests, but the French one cannot. And I didn't know about this until I read a book by Michel Paradis from 2005, where he says that chaise evokes a different mental image from chair. French chaise cannot have armrests because then it becomes a fauteuil. And in English, of course, we can say armchair, but we don't have to. If we say chair, it can also mean a chair with armrests. So this illustrates that there is not necessarily a common conceptual store for even simple words like chair and chaise, right? That's not easy to account for either in lexical processing. So I'm giving you another example now, a little bit more complex example of what we do in the classroom when we have to explain abstract concepts and processes, chemical processes like evaporation and condensation. We asked a question when we were on a school visit in India in a primary school, and I asked the teachers, what do you do when you need to explain these concepts? And well, they first tried to fib me off by saying, we just give them the translation equivalent in the first language. But clearly that doesn't always exist. And it's not the solution because the children do not know what these chemical processes are. So they don't understand the concept behind it. And then he explained what he really did. And he said, well, we asked the children to think about their home situation, to imagine their mom boiling water in the kitchen. And then you can see, I'll move this around again on the picture, right? If you boil a kettle, then of course there's steam coming out. That's the process of evaporation. And if then the steam hits a kind of cold object, then it will start to condensate again. So the teacher knew intuitively what he or she had to do to explain these difficult concepts by using the situation that children were familiar with and using the first language wherever possible. But this teacher had never heard of translanguaging, right? He just knew this, and these practices are happening across the world, right? And without them actually knowing anything about the theory of translanguaging. in any case, I want to argue that the ideas that are being promoted by the proponents of translanguaging are not as new as one might think. If we go back to one of the key thinkers, American thinkers about education, John Dewey, he says teachers have a moral responsibility to become familiar with the students' home cultures and design lessons that appeal to their interests, using conditions in the local community as educational resources. So he uses this term resources that is so prominent in the discourse about translanguaging in a way that can be interpreted in lots of different ways, but he no doubt uses a very wide interpretation of resources here. So actually what this teacher was doing in India is complying with these ideas from John Dewey, and he probably didn't know anything about John Dewey either, right? But it makes a lot of sense to do this. Okay, so the question is not for me whether or not the first language should be used, but the question is how should it be used? And in our study that we did in the UK with 34 learners of English as an additional language, we had this issue. There were so many different languages that were spoken and varieties, both in the study with the primary school students and those that we did with students in higher education, where we had 23 different nationalities in a sample of 30 with 20 languages. Is it really possible to draw on all these in the classroom? And I think that would be really challenging. The other issue that we need to realize is that there is the time on task issue. The time on task hypothesis states that the more time you spend on a task, the better you're going to be at it. So if you have quite a lot of input in the L1, that is not necessarily going to be helpful to develop L2 skills. And we had this time on task effect also in our study in India, because the more children heard English in the classroom, the better their English reading skills. It's not surprising, right? Of course, if you hear more English in the classroom, you're going to be better at various skills. But we need to realize that if we say, and I'm of course in favor of using the first language in the classroom, but purposefully. But if you use the first language, it needs to really be done in such a way that it doesn't sort of prevent us from actually benefiting from a lot of input in the second language learning. For the Indian children that we looked at there, we felt they would have been much better off getting instruction in the mother tongue and not getting this English medium instruction that they were officially taking part in. So there are two systematic reviews on pedagogical translanguaging that appeared recently in the journal Languages. And anybody interested in looking at this phenomenon, strongly recommend to take these, to look at these papers. They're free access, so anybody can read them. So what are the key findings? I can't repeat everything what's in there, so that will be for you to do some reading. But it's the first thing that it mentions is that the majority of the studies are small-scale qualitative studies. And there's very little evidence from more controlled studies, where the levels of the students prior to an intervention are carefully controlled, etc., etc. And yeah, and they also found the second study, Huang and Chalmers found that the pedagogical translanguaging approaches to EFL teaching on measures of vocabulary, grammar, and metalinguistic awareness are generally no more advantageous than approaches using only English. And the reason for this might be that there is, of course, so many different variables that affect the outcome of a learning process. So if you think the only thing that varies is whether people do translanguaging and whether they don't do translanguaging, in fact, there are so many other variables that also affect this whole process. And therefore, demonstrating the effects that of pedagogical translanguaging is going to be extraordinarily difficult. I'm not saying it's useless, but demonstrating this effect is extraordinarily difficult, as anybody who engages in instructed second language acquisition and intervention studies will know. Okay, then we're coming to spontaneous translanguaging. And here is a very beautiful example from Li Wei's 2017 paper, where he notes that there is an example in Singapore where people use 7 different varieties in one very short exchange, right? And he says quite rightly that in identifying the named languages is extraordinarily difficult here, right? to say, because there's so much borrowing going on and mutual influences, you don't know anymore what language a word belongs to. And he also notes, and I completely agree with him, this is not code switching in the sense of back and forth switching. But we need to realize, as I've just said, that actually there are so many things going on in this data set. And they have actually been analyzed in various papers, right? Convergence, transfer, grammaticalization, context-induced language change. So this is not kind of a pure code switching example, right? There's a lot of other processes going on, and these would need to be analyzed if we want to get to a better understanding. We need to go to a very lower level of granularity to be able to understand this. So why is it so complex there? Because there are so many immigrants from India, Southeast Asia, China, and Indonesia in Singapore who all bring their languages with them. And there is an extensive literature on context-induced change in these languages. So if we want to compare code switching and translanguaging, which is, I think, was a little bit one of the aims of that paper, to say translanguaging is something really new, then let's try and look not in the first instance at one of the most complex situations of language context that there is in the world. Maybe we can start with looking at some slightly less complex situations and try and compare there, which is what I'll do later. So another example of spontaneous translanguaging in the same paper is the use of these blends, right? Can I get rid of this now? In the Singaporean community, they create words like department, department plus party, making government departments spending time and resources on parties, which is also seems to be the preferred activity of the British government during COVID, to have parties in the department. But so it's not only in Singapore. And in consumer, a mesh of Chinese and consumer. Okay, so and quite rightly, Liu Wei points out that this underscores multilinguals' creativity, with their ability to push and break boundaries between named language and between language varieties and to flout norms of behavior, including linguistic behavior. And you can see an example here from Berlin. That's a multimodal example where we have the name of a cafe is Tchaikovsky, and that is a blend of chai, the Turkish chai, and the name of a composer, Russian composer. And then you have pictures to illustrate this as well. Right. So my question is yet again, how novel is this, what we find in Berlin or in Singapore or anywhere in the world? And my answer to this question is that I do not think it is very novel. So if we look at Alice in Wonderland, right, Lewis Carroll, we see expressions like curiouser and curioser. That doesn't exist in the language, right? Because you can only have a comparative with adjectives that consist of one syllable or two. Right, small, smaller, happy, happier. But curious consists of 3 syllables. So if you add ER, that is ungrammatical, right? But of course, Lewis Carroll knows that, and he plays with the language, right? To illustrate the fact that something is really curious, you create a curious new word that didn't exist before. Another example is one from our family, where our daughter received a birthday card when she was a teenager, and the birthday card read, "Happy Birthdayness," because this group of teenage girls had created their own mini language where they added the suffix ness to any word that they could think of, as not just adjectives, right? Happy, happiness, that's boring, that's what everybody can do. No, they created something that didn't exist yet, to add ness to a noun, which doesn't make sense because ness is a noun building suffix, right? But of course they wanted this to show their rebellious nature. They didn't accept the fact that I tried to do this too. It was absolutely forbidden. Of course, it was their language, not my language. So these lexical blends in wordplay are something that you find in monolingual discourse, you find it in bilingual discourse, and they are to structural transgression. That word is also being used completely outside the discussion about translanguaging. Now, these are within translanguage transgressions of norms. And again, that's not very surprising because that is what humor is all about. Humor has everything to do with transgression of norms and transcending boundaries. Right? It's exactly the terminology that's being used in the translanguaging community. You can find that in the humor research. So I would say it's lovely, these examples that Liwei gives, very nice examples, but we know that it's happening in many places where translanguaging doesn't really play a role. People don't use that term. Okay, coming then to the theoretical claims about translanguaging. I'm only very briefly going to address that because I don't really have time, but I wanted to mention a few points. That named languages as distinct political entities do not have psychological reality. From the insider perspective of the speaker, there is only his or her full idiolect or repertoire, which belongs only to the speaker and not to any named language. And that there is only one integrated, undifferentiated, unitary linguistic system in bilinguals or multilinguals. So there is extensive critique of these views in a new volume that Jeff McSwan has edited, and the picture is there. And I would strongly recommend anybody wishing to work on the field of translanguaging, take these critiques on board. And you don't have to immediately believe everything, but please do not believe one side only, right? Take into account the critique. And here are a couple of others. Jim Cummins is very vocal critic of the translanguaging discussion in the way it's been implemented by various people. So please do have a look at these excellent volumes and papers. I also wanted to very briefly illustrate the creativity of bilingualism, in particular in code switching, as it's been researched over the years. I mean, there's 20 years of research into these phenomena from various people, and I've also contributed to that. That if you have Turkish as spoken as an immigrant language in Europe, in Denmark, in Norway, Germany, France, whatever, then they all do the same thing. They take a verb from the guest language and enter that into a structure of the host language, that is Turkish, by using this helping verb, do or make, right? So you have some kind of verbal compound there. And the interesting bit is that they all do it in exactly the same way. They all prefer to use the yapmak verb instead of etmek. They both mean sort of kind of do and make, but there are subtle semantic differences. And the interesting bit is that in Turkish as spoken in Turkey, etmek is preferred, and in immigrant varieties, it is yapmak that is preferred. It constitutes an innovation by comparison with standard Turkish, because in standard Turkish you can only have a noun plus this etmek and not a verb plus etmek. And in the immigrant varieties, you can have verbs in there, and it happens all the time in all these varieties. So this illustrates the creativity, right? The bilinguals, by doing this code switching, they create something that wasn't there yet. This is a true innovation in the languages. And it also illustrates that there is perhaps a little bit more than just an idiolect here of these speakers, because why would there be such a systematic pattern? Why would all these immigrant varieties opt for the same solutions? Right, so there must be more at stake here, and one of the things that is at stake is that these languages, these host languages, the Turkish varieties, share a lot of properties, and they have this structure available. You're not going to find this in Dutch-French code switching. So if there was only an idiolect, we would expect a lot of idiosyncratic behavior. Right, people would not just do the same thing in different communities. Okay, then the notion of resources and repertoires is very interesting. If you look at the history of code switching, and Steve May in the volume of Jeff McSwan calls for the fact that we need to look a little bit at the historical developments of code switching. And there's another paper also in the book, and not just assume that everything's new. So we can see that, of course, there's this famous idea that you need to use the resources from the whole multilingual repertoire in the same classroom, as Jasona Janos and Dirk Harter say. But we can see that in code switching, these ideas have long been used for a long time. In the bilingual bootstrapping paper by Gajlicek, Maywald, and Tracy in 1996, they write, a bilingual can pool her resources, combining what is available to her in both languages, in a lexical as well as a structural sense. And in a paper by Maya Scotton, she also says code switching makes optimal use of the resources in the bilingual's linguistic repertoires. So that tells me that there is more similarities between code switching and translanguaging than some people have wanted to admit so far. There are some claims about translanguaging that I found very unfortunate. And one of them is that the authors of the paper in 2015 say that code switching is an illegitimate monoglossic construct because it assumes the existence of two separate linguistic systems. And the other claim is that code switching and mixing are ultimately based on named language categories, and then the practices of bilinguals are acts of feature selection. I'm perfectly happy for people to introduce new terms, and there is lots of different terms for all sorts of phenomena that are language contact. I'm not going to list them here for you because they almost fill a page, but I don't think it is a good idea to try and tell other people what terms they should be using. We are not in the business of prescriptive linguistics. We can argue and say my term is more useful than your term, but we cannot tell people that it's an illegitimate construct. And it's certainly not a monoglossic construct, which I think I have illustrated already with the different Turkish varieties that are spoken in Europe. They're absolutely not the named languages, but they are the local varieties, non-standard varieties. Okay, one of the issues is that in the literature on translanguaging, code switching is treated as if it was a monolithic phenomenon. There's code switching and that's all you need to say about it. And that's not the case because there is a lot of different types in which people switch between languages. Now, there are forms of code switching where we see a clear separation between the languages. In this example, from a study that we published in 2019, we see a German main clause and an English subordinate clause, and there is a neat distinction between the two, right? First part is entirely German, the second part is entirely English. So you have loosely connected phrases. You could also say loosely connected chunks in one language to loosely connect to another chunk in another language. Okay, so here there is clear separation between languages. So that's the kind of code switching that I think Otegui et al. Have in mind. But there are other forms of code switching where there is no such neat separation between systems. So if we have a chunk from one language inserted into the grammar of another language. So here we have an English sentence and there is just a noun inserted into that structure. So this noun is placed at a position that is normal for direct objects in English, namely after the verb. In German, it would have been before the verb. So there's only one grammar here, and that's the grammar of English. And inserted into this structure, we have a noun. So, and then there is the third type of code switching that is based on Peter Muysken's model. That is congruent lexicalization, where you actually have co-activation of grammar, semantics, and lexicon of both languages. So in this example, we have the speaker uses this expression to make friends with, right? We all know, but translates this partly into German, right? We have friends gemacht. So fills that structure partly with German words and partly with English words. It makes it quite difficult to actually understand, is this now German or is this now English, right? So identifying the languages here that it be spoken becomes difficult. And that's also difficult because mit dem shop owner, this prepositional phrase at the end with the shop owner, is placed on the right-hand side of the verb, whereas in standard German, it would have to be on the left-hand side. Right, so both at the level of the lexicon, the formulaic sequence to make friends with, and at the level of the structure of the sentences, we see there is a mixing of the two. And I'm always very surprised that the proponents of translanguaging didn't seize this opportunity to say, yes, well, no separation between systems. Look at congruent lexicalization, right? That is where we see true evidence of the fact that you cannot disentangle the systems. And it's completely being ignored. I don't understand this because there is a long tradition of work, for example, also of Michael Klein, looking at German English and English Dutch code switching and transfer in Australia, which shows it's very difficult to disentangle those languages in that particular context. So it could have been seized upon by the translanguaging community, saying, yes, that is proof of non-separation, right? And it is, but it doesn't mean that that everything is together in the grammar. Right? People can sometimes mix, and sometimes they keep their languages separate. So there are also very specific diagnostic criteria for analyzing these phenomena, and I'm not going to go through there, but these different types of code switching have been very precisely operationalized, and which is why I very much like working with this model. We looked at this in Malay English, the Malay English context. We had a study that was done by a PhD student of mine, Sheikha Majid, and she analyzed the code switching in the speech of the 2 teachers in Malaysia teaching in higher education. And she found that this congruent lexicalization was actually a very frequent type of mixing that was in the data set, despite the fact that these languages are not very similar. The congruent lexicalization is more likely to occur when we have languages like Dutch and English, because these are very similar languages. But here we have English and Malay that are actually structurally quite different. But the word order is kind of similar in many sentences. And there's very interesting patterns of congruent lexicalization in this data set. So we were asking ourselves when we looked at this data set, whether there were any is evidence for any differences between the kind of switching you find in the classroom and the kind of switching you find outside the classroom. And we were very fortunate that there's a large body of research on code switching in Malaysia and translanguaging in Malaysia. So we could look at the evidence, whether there are different phenomena in the classroom by comparison with other social contexts. And we find a little bit of evidence for that in the classroom, the teachers would sometimes in the middle of an English stretch come up with the word kotonya, for example, or maksudnya, which means to flag up that there was an explanation coming. And we never found examples of that use of these words in code switching from other data sets and other contexts. The reverse was also true. We found no evidence for word internal switches in the classroom and in other face-to-face contexts, but we did find those examples in the social media. So to me, this means that code switching in the classroom and spontaneous translanguaging in other contexts is actually more similar than different. But that doesn't mean that it has to be like that in all contexts, right? It could be that it's very different in situations where there isn't so much code switching going on outside the classroom. But if translanguaging means translating words and contrasting grammatical patterns, raising metalinguistic awareness, and that, of course, is a very different thing, right? That's not what you do with code switching generally. So the final points I wanted to raise is the issue of psycholinguistic and neuroscientific evidence. I'd like to pay tribute to the work of Albert Costa, who sadly died almost 5 years ago now. And he's one of the people who worked extensively on cognitive control and inhibition, right? This capacity of being able to suppress the languages that are not the target of the conversation, as I'm doing now with my Dutch and my German. And he says, in bilingual conversation, speakers often have to keep track of which language to speak and to whom, an activity that may entail monitoring processes of the sort involved in executive functioning in general. And most importantly, he notes this may be at the basis of the bilingual advantage in this domain. So there is a huge literature on whether or not bilinguals have an advantage in cognitive control, whether they are better at suppressing irrelevant information in experimental situations in the laboratory, and there is quite a lot of evidence that they are. And it's potentially the fact that people code switch, or at least that they monitor their language use, that is responsible for this advantage. And not everybody believes in this bilingual advantage, but if we deny the existence of languages as psychologically real, where then is the bilingual advantage? Right? How can a bilingual have an advantage if they this suppression doesn't take place. And we all know it takes place. Inhibition is a key aspect of language use and language processing. So we looked at this in a study of English-German bilinguals, partly living in the UK and partly fifth-generation speakers in South Africa. And we looked at different types of code switching, as I've just explained. And we used this model that I developed in 2009, that different types of code switching have different consequences for inhibition, right? If you do a lot of dense code switching or congruent lexicalization, the languages are so neatly correlated that you don't inhibit much anymore. Whereas if you alternate, you have long chunks in one language and the other chunk in another language, then you inhibit in alternation the different languages. But the monitoring might actually be going up in the sense that, like Albert Costa said, you need to keep track of those languages. How do you make the different grammatical patterns fit each other? So we looked at this with the help of a new task, and this conference is interested in technological innovation, so I thought I'll mention this task to you as well. So the task means that you give people sentences with code switching in it of different types. And an example of such a sentence is given there, and you ask them, how often do you encounter sentences such as this in your environment? So you don't ask people, do you personally do this? Because then you get negative reactions, right? Because code switching is a stigmatized form of language behavior. So that's what we don't ask, but you just ask them, do you encounter this? And then people answer the question on a gliding scale. You can move that from left to right. So we also offer these in the local varieties through headphones. So that's how it works. And we found indeed that the different types of code switching were relevant for cognitive control, with the South African group, which engages most in congruent lexicalization, experienced smaller conflict effects on the flanker task, which is a task to measure inhibition. So there is an interaction between the linguistic and the social linguistic and the psycholinguistic variables that I will not go into too much detail, but the whole adaptive control hypothesis also goes in that direction, right? They're trying to make a link between these different variables. Okay, and the very final point is that code switching is also having an effect on the brain. This is a study that Michal Koronar carried out, and I was a supervisor with Christos Pliatsikas, University of Reading. And we also used this control continuum, where they looked at two brain structures in Czech English bilinguals, the caudate and the thalamus. The caudate is implicated to be responsible for language switching, and the thalamus observe highly demanding cognitive control. And we found that people who used more code switching, all code switching types had a larger caudate volume, whereas if the people engaged mainly in alternation and not in the other types, they had larger thalamus volumes. So coming to the conclusion then, code switching and translanguaging, same or different? In my view, there are more similarities and differences between spontaneous translanguaging and code switching. We can see that in the transgression of social norms and in the creativity that we have discussed. But the spontaneous translanguaging, if we want to use that term, it needs to be defined and operationalized more clearly. If we want to say it's something different, I would like to know how it differs from the operationalizations that are used for code switching. I also would like to know how translanguaging differs according to social linguistic and psycholinguistic variables. When I read the papers about translanguaging, I get the impression that it's all the same. Doesn't matter where this translanguaging happens, because the same statements are being made, but there is no detailed analysis of the linguistic properties of the translanguaging. So we can't see how it differs by community. So the other remaining question that I think needs to be answered is translanguaging suitable for all educational levels with students of all levels of proficiency? Williams appeared to think in the past that it was not appropriate for all levels, and he wanted it to be done at secondary school when students have a reasonable knowledge of Welsh and English. But there is a debate about that, and that's an empirical question that needs to be answered. And then the issue of pedagogical translanguaging, we need to know much more clearly what what purposes the first language is going to be used for. And that's also Ticheloven calls for that as well. The process of implementing translanguaging have to be addressed more concretely. And then there's a call for more carefully controlled studies into pedagogical translanguaging. So to finish with a positive note, I think the introduction of the notion of translanguaging is helpful in that it emphasizes the creative abilities of multilinguals against the deficit hypothesis that is attached with a lot of the bilingualism literature. And it has helped to create space for multilingualism in educational contexts. It has somehow struck a chord with so many people in education. That's of course great. But my key point is that we need bridges between the linguistic, the psycholinguistic, the social linguistic, and the educational analyses of code switching and translanguaging. And we need a shared terminology if we are to make advances in understanding multilingual abilities and practices. Thank you all very much for coming. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting. It's always interesting to hear about translanguaging and issues related to it. As you said, now it's becoming a very popular term, and it involves and includes different things. So thank you so much for a very interesting talk. We do have lots of questions. I would like to start with a question, actually two questions that are related. They ask about how misleading the term translanguaging is. So the first question is about register. When we are speaking in English for general purposes versus when we are talking in academic purposes.
Yeah.
Is that also considered translanguaging in your opinion? So that's the first question.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, it's actually a question that that the proponents of translanguaging should be answering, but I'll have a go. And I think it doesn't cover currently the translanguaging. That's one of the debates, right? That we, the dilemmas that we have as people working in higher education. We want to do justice to the fact that people bring all these resources to the classroom and their different varieties that they speak. At the same time, we want to give them a chance to also learn the academic register that is necessary if you write academic papers. But I always have found this discrepancy that when I teach social linguistics classes, they say, yes, great, variability is fantastic. And then comes this essay from the student, and I start underlining everything that is not normative English, right? But what can I do? Can I say, okay, it doesn't matter? It's beautiful what you do. I don't think I'm helping the student by doing this, right? Because I want to give them access to this academic language too. It's also a point made quite forcefully in the book that Jeff McSwan has edited. So at the moment, I don't think that academic proficiency falls under translanguaging.
Okay, thank you so much. By the way, before I forget, I did the counting for you for that question about the situation.
Okay.
So 8 said no and 3 said yes.
8 said no and 3 said yes. Okay, well, that is a little bit different. I did this at another conference as well, and then the majority said no. 3 said yes, right? 8 said no. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, that was fairly similar actually. The majority also said no, and interestingly, Ophelia Garcia said no. She was in the room there. And it is a bit of a trick question, because the situation I sketched there was one of our daughter in primary school more than 30 years ago. So the translanguaging didn't exist at the time, right? So we can only retrospectively say, yes, it was translanguaging. But in my view, you can argue in both directions, right? Because the teacher allows the resources of the child to be used in the classroom. But maybe it's not exactly in the same way that it is intended, that translanguaging is intended, right? So you can argue in both directions. But this point was made that I think if we want to be able to say this is or is not translanguaging, then it needs to be operationalized much more clearly. Not just saying, here's an example and there's an example, but actually saying these structures and these activities is what we consider to be translanguaging. And then it becomes a much more useful construct. And I think we need to go back to the pedagogical side of things, because that is where people really need help. It's not enough to tell a teacher, just use the resources in the classroom that the students bring. Now, what does that mean? Right? They need more specific instructions and more hard evidence that certain practices work in particular contexts and others do not work.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Here we have another question about how misleading this term is. So the person here is asking, it involves not only the language, but the other semiotic resources like pictures and gestures. So do you have other possible alternatives for the term if we include all of those semiotic parts?
Yeah, the point is that this notion of translanguaging has kept growing and growing and growing over the years, right? With every position paper that appears, the notion gets wider. So first it was just pedagogical translanguaging, and then it was also spontaneous, and then it was a theory of language, and then it was a method of method also. So I find that very difficult. Of course, it's a very appealing term, right? And the word trans, the prefix trans is very appealing because it has this transparency, it has this dynamicity about it. So I can totally understand that it's an appealing term. But we shouldn't, in the first instance, be concerned about the terms, but about the phenomena that it refers to. That is much more important to my mind. Right? I don't say that it doesn't matter what we call things. I do think it does matter. But if it's too wide, it becomes a little bit like Humpty Dumpty in the Lewis Carroll thing. When I use a word, I choose it to mean whatever I want it to mean. Right? And that becomes a little bit difficult. Sometimes this is called concept creep. Right, when a word is used originally with a very specific meaning, and then slowly it expands. Right, if you think about the term literacy, what it originally meant is reading and writing, but then it became computer literacy, and it became all sorts of literacies. I can't think of other examples now. So it means so many things that at some point people start abandoning the term because they think, I can't work with the term that means too much.
Yeah, that's true. And I think here we have a comment related to the example, the excellent example that you gave for chair and chase in English and in French. So Naif here is saying, here we have an example of linguistic, cultural, and life experience repertoire for different pedagogical purposes, because this is very interesting. When you think about us as language teachers, are we aware? Most of the time we think about two words in Arabic and English, for example, as being equivalent. But this is not always true. And sometimes we need to make our students aware of these differences.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole point of it. And the interesting bit was that I had studied French for years, right? And I wasn't aware of this until I read the book by Michel Paradis. And I thought it was so enlightening. And just trying it out with a little trick on Google Images can illustrate this little point. Yeah.
Very interesting. Here we have another question from Zahid. Since translanguaging is now an established and popular term in academia, what is its implications in language teacher education, especially in multilingual contexts?
Yeah, well, I think it's a very useful thing to debate the term and to debate what it means. And I don't know the Saudi Arabian context, but maybe some people would like to comment on that as part of the discussion and feel whether that is something they want to see in Saudi Arabian classrooms, or whether people prefer to have an English-only classroom, right? Because this time on task issue is a real one. Right? If half of the classroom is spent talking in Arabic, I'm not sure that they're going to hear a lot of English then. Are they hearing enough English? Right? So, but this is I'm not telling people in Saudi Arabia what to do, right? Because they can decide that for themselves. But it's nice to see what debates that have been had in the literature and see whether you can have a similar debate, how it works in your context, right? That's a very relevant question. So maybe some people would like to comment on that, who have faced this issue, perhaps.
Yeah, actually, what I noticed in the Saudi context is that there is this debate now between teachers. There are teachers who don't like using Arabic at all in English language classrooms. In spite of all this idea of translanguaging, there are still non-believers, not even a small amount of Arabic in the classroom they can take. But there are other teachers who would use Arabic almost all the time. So this was actually a question that I had in mind. Do you think we should draw a boundary somewhere? And where should this boundary be if we need something like that?
Well, I really don't want to get into prescribing anything, right? I don't think that's the task of academics, right? I can just highlight what there is in the literature and say, well, in this context, this works. In other contexts, it may be totally different. Yep. But, you know, have an informed discussion in that you read what others have written. And I'm aware that one of the speakers, one of the other keynote speakers earlier today.
Maybe Professor Faqih.
Yes, exactly. Has also published on the teaching of English in Saudi Arabia and has made some very important comments on this, right? So he's in a very good position, I suppose, to have an opinion about this. So drawing a line, I really can't do that for other people. I'm not in the business of telling other people what to do in a country that I haven't even visited yet. So
do you think there are factors that we as teachers need to think about when we decide when to stop using the L1?
Yeah. So I think there is definitely a case to be made for using bilingual dictionaries. That seems totally obvious, right? Yeah. But let's not assume that is a simple matter. There is actually a very nice systematic review on how useful it is to use dictionaries in language classes. Zhang and Zhang. I can find the reference and send it over to you if you want to share it. So again, if you want to have the discussion, or should we not give people dictionaries, then have a look at that paper and say, well, what can we learn from it? You know, we don't have to repeat other people's mistakes. If some people have found something doesn't really work, then that's potentially something you could skip as an option.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So have an informed discussion by looking at that paper, for example. But look, you know, when Vivian Cook always said, I heard him give a talk. He died a couple of years ago, but he said he started off as an English language teacher only using English in the classroom, and he tried to explain new words by using only English. And then he saw the students having their little dictionaries under the desk, quickly looking up what this translation equivalent of the word was. And then he realized there is no point. If you want to help people with vocabulary, give them a translation equivalent, if you can, or allow them to access this translation equivalent.
Okay, interesting. I think we have one of the audience here raising her hand, so I'm not sure if she can put her mic on.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
yes.
we can.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. It's just a comment, it's not a question. I did the research on the relationship between language and sense of belonging among second-generation immigrant Arab youth in Montreal, Canada. And it was very interesting to find that all those youth at this age, like high school, college, and university, they all code switch to some words, like lexical words from different languages, like Arabic, Jamaican, and rap English. So all of them, like if they are, I don't know, from whatever immigrant background, they all know those specific words from those very different languages. And this was interesting. The other thing I found is that, like talking about creativity and code switching, the immigrant, this second generation immigrant population, they made up words made of you know what the verlan is?
No.
In French, it's à l'envers. It's
okay. Oh, yeah, verlan. Yeah, verlan. Yes.
Yes, so that they are not caught. So they have coined those words made up of two different adjectives. For example, they took half and half and they made a word, or they have used the word like the backwards to describe some attitudes of the majority population. So again, all those features were very interesting, and they use them like they use them in their sentences. That was interesting.
Yes, absolutely. So we see that with verlan, that's actually within language creativity, right? So using the resources from French to create things that weren't there before, right? So that is very creative. But at the same time, it follows particular rules, right? Because otherwise you can't understand each other. So that's also a quote from Vivian Cook. He says, "On every idiolect needs at least a few listeners." right?
Yes.
If I speak
Yeah.
in my idiolect and nobody understands what I'm talking about, yeah, my communication doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So
Yes.
idiolect is fantastic, but it has its limits.
Yes, it was only this generation, like this youth, like being together in those high schools or colleges. Yeah, it was very, very interesting.
They wanted to distance themselves from the
exactly.
parent generation, probably, right?
Exactly.
Wanted to have
And
some
the
kind of
majority
secret
population.
language. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mona, for a very interesting comment. Here we have another question from Asma. She's asking, I was wondering if we may refer to translanguaging as a phenomenon if it occurs between a language variety. So, for example, in Saudi Arabia, we have this situation, standard Arabic versus colloquial Arabic. So can we consider that translanguaging as well?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, because exactly that question has been asked when we had the code switching studies in the 1990s. People asked exactly that question. Can you talk about code switching when you have two varieties of the same language? And the answer was, well, actually it is language variation, right? So the work that William Labov has been doing and Shana Poplak, right? So looking at the pronunciation of the particular words in different varieties. But at the same time, you know, you can, if you want to, apply it that way. There are studies of code switching between the Ottersoms dialect in the Netherlands and Standard Dutch. There are studies of switching between Frisian and Dutch. And Frisian is officially another language, but it's so closely related to Dutch that we are mutually comprehensible in most cases. So what you call a dialect and what you call a language is another big can of worms. Right? So there's more a political discussion than a linguistic discussion. Because Dutch and German, the two languages I speak on a daily basis, they could also be seen as two dialects of each other. But they happen to be in two different countries, so we're not going to say they're dialects of each other, because that would create political problems, right? So I'm inclined to say, well, do by all means use that term, but explain you are using it for related varieties. If people talk about Spanish and Catalan, it's the same thing, right? Heavily politicized. They are very related languages, but they are also politically separate. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Here we have, maybe we can have one or two more questions if you don't mind. The first one is from Dr. Naif. He is an assistant professor at Jazan University. So he has a question about, what would you say about the clear gap between the language policies, so only on English policy that we just talked about in the beginning, inside the classroom, and the actual practices of translanguaging inside and outside the classroom in many EFL contexts?
Yeah, no, totally spot on, because we had that in India. We went to many schools that officially were English medium instruction, but in reality that was not possible, because neither the teachers nor the students were at a level where they were able to do this. So the teachers then had to rely on the first languages of the children to explain things. And one of the issues is that also textbooks in those contexts are often far too difficult. I've seen that in Kuwait, I've seen it in India, I've seen it in Ghana, that poor students are given textbooks where the vocabulary is at B1 and they are at A1. Right? There's no way they can begin to read these. There's an enormous discrepancy between what you are asking the students to do and what they can really do. And I'm not surprised that motivation to learn English is not very high. You know, if you give me a physics book that is way beyond what I can understand, my motivation to learn physics is really not very high, right? Yeah. So I think there are some very simple things that we can do. But we probably need to speak to the language testing community and the publishers, because the publishers want to have textbooks in the classroom and they are guided by what the exams want. So they write textbooks that are really geared towards passing people with exams. So if we can make sure that those stakeholders, the publishers and the language testers, are on board and make sure that these exams are appropriate for learners and the textbooks are then also appropriate, then the classroom practices will follow. So sometimes you have to roll it up from the other end, right? But of course, in the classroom itself, we can do a lot and make sure that the learners get appropriate input. not talking over the heads. That makes no sense. That every teacher knows. You need to pick the learners up where they are. And if the learners don't know a lot of English, you can't bombard them with a lot of English. It's not how it works.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe just one last question. Here we have a question from Sarah about future directions in this area of translanguaging. What are some of the most important gaps? Because most of us here are researchers doing different things, and as you said in the beginning, this area needs this collaborative work from different areas like sociology, psychology. So what can you spot like 1, 2, 3 gaps in this area that need further research?
Yeah, for me it is the suitability of translanguaging for all educational levels. That is a key question for me. So just linking in with what we've just said, if we give students textbooks that are far too difficult for them, then we risk legitimizing English medium instruction across the world, saying, okay, you can give them texts that are far too difficult as long as you do a bit of translanguaging. And I think this is extremely unfair. There are many contexts where we should not be imposing English. It's a form of neo-colonialism, right, to do that. The decolonization of the curriculum is quite a big issue everywhere. Well, let's stop by imposing English in this way. Give English as a subject, right? If people want to learn it, teach it as a subject, but don't use it as the medium of instruction with learners who are not at that level. So that needs to be clarified. At what level is English medium instruction an option, and when is it not? And translanguaging, it can be an option if people are at the right level, as Williams has said. But it's not for me to decide for everybody what the right level is, but that's something that needs to be researched. So the purposeful pedagogical translanguaging and the carefully controlled studies into pedagogical translanguaging, really, because what impacts on the outcome is people's working memory, it's their age, it's their daily context, it's the amount of time they spend on the internet, looking at English texts, and there's so much that impacts on their motivation, their emotions, right? There was this excellent plenary today about emotions, right? All of that impacts on the learning process. So we need to make sure that if we do a study on pedagogical translanguaging, that we control for as many of these variables as possible. Otherwise, we cannot come up with good advice. We cannot say, here is a little snippet of conversation from a classroom, and the teachers say this was wonderful, and now we are going to implement it in a whole country. Right? That's not what we can do, in my opinion. Right? We need more controlled evidence. And ministries of education are going to ask for hard evidence. If you want to make a change in language policy in the school and educational policies at a higher level, you cannot say, I have one small qualitative study of one teacher or 2 teachers, and this now means a minister has to change his or her policies. I do not think that they're going to be listened to, frankly. That's going to be tough.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a very interesting talk, enlightening ideas, interesting discussion at the end. It was a great pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for chairing it so well.
Our pleasure. Thank you so much. So if you allow me, I can start now. So thanks everybody for joining us in this afternoon. It's really a great pleasure to have you here with us today. This is again the Applied Linguistics Research Symposium organized by Prince Sultan University in Saudi. And now we have our invited colloquium. The topic is innovative methods in corpus linguistics research. And the aim of the colloquium is to showcase examples of innovative research and best practices in the area of corpus linguistics. This session and the colloquium will be led by Dr. Pavel Sudarsky. So let me introduce him. Pavel is assistant professor in applied linguistics at the University of Nottingham, UK. He works in the areas of second language acquisition, corpus linguistics, and TESOL, focusing in particular on the acquisition of vocabulary and phraseology by second foreign language learners. His other interests include corpus-based analysis, replication research, and distance learning. So we would like to thank him and all the speakers for coming and accepting actually our invitation to join us today. We are looking forward to a very interesting colloquium by everyone. So, Pavel, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Suhat. Hello to you. Hello to everybody. It's great to be here, and thank you for this invitation. It's very kind, and I should say well done to you and all the organizers. You guys are doing an amazing job putting this great conference together. I've enjoyed these talks today, and obviously more to come. So it's my great pleasure to introduce this special colloquium. When you sent me this invitation, I started thinking, what is it that I myself mean by innovation in corpus linguistics? I was like, okay, perhaps I should think about the papers that I'm reading and that I'm getting excited by. And I thought about what we have people, and we have 3 of them today. It's Robbie, and Neil. Thank you to the panelists for agreeing to speak today, to present your work and have a discussion. So the way it's going to work is we have 3 speakers, each of them presenting for 20 minutes with 5 minutes after each for a quick Q&A, and then hopefully sometime at the end, about 10 minutes for a broader discussion with everybody. Just to give everybody a bit of background, for those of you who are working in corpus linguistics, and maybe those who don't, obviously this research is booming right now. There's so much work that is happening across different areas of linguistics. So I was thinking about it in preparing for the introduction. I, for example, opened the Routledge Handbook of Corpus Linguistics, the new edition, which is 2022. That's written by Anna O'Keefe and Michael McCarthy. Just to give you one quote, what they're saying about the field. What corpus linguistics is experiencing a decade of immense growth. So corpora, they provide a richness of ever-growing data and ever-advancing tools. So I hope that this symposium, or this colloquium, I should say, is going to show us all these new tools, all these ways of using corpora for exploring different research questions. So thank you again to the panelists. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Robbie Love from Aston University. Robbie is a lecturer in English language in the School of Social Sciences and Humanities. His research shows a whole range of applications of corpora, often also at the interface of corpus linguistics and discourse analysis. For example, in contexts such as casual conversation and public communications. And today, as you can see, he'll be telling us about challenges and innovations in corpus linguistics and casual conversation. Robbie, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you for the invitation to join today's session. And yes, I'm very excited about this because it's great to come together, as you said, at a time where there has been so much of a growth in corpus linguistics and its relationship with applied linguistics, the contributions it's making to applied linguistics over the last decade. So it's great to be part of this. Thank you very much. Yes, I want to reflect really on where we are with the compilation and analysis particularly with large spoken corpora. This is based on work that I did a few years ago now in building a new version of the British National Corpus, the spoken part of the British National Corpus. And then really in the few years since that data has been publicly available, kind of returning to think about what have people been doing with this data, but also, where are we going with current challenges and opportunities that lie ahead with the availability of newly emerging technology. So to start with, I want to kind of sort of set the scene and make the case that already there has been an awful lot of development in terms of what is possible and what has been achieved with the creation and analysis of spoken corpora. If we go back to what is considered the first of its kind, the first spoken English corpus, at least the London Lund corpus, that its compilation began in the late 1950s at the Survey of English Usage, University College London. This was a monumental achievement at its time. It took decades of work to release an electronically accessible version of this corpus. And this was a huge achievement at the time because of the many challenges associated with recording, transcribing, and processing and making available in a suitable format for linguistic analysis a corpus of this nature. And in the decades since, there has already been an awful lot of progress in terms of speeding up, for instance, the time it takes to get a corpus like this in condition for analysis. And so we've already gone from a spoken corpus of this size and larger, taking decades to years to build. Obviously, digital technology has revolutionized the way that data of this nature is gathered, stored, and processed, and made available and disseminated to researchers. It's all, of course, now digital. The size of these of corpora of this nature has also increased substantially. Now we talk about spoken corpora in the millions rather than the thousands of tokens. And of course, the actual data, the raw data itself, as I said, the transcripts of the recorded conversations are digital as well. And so with that in mind, I want to take the time that I have today to reflect on a few sort of broad topics, really, in terms of this is where we're up to, but what are the remaining challenges, and what appears to be, you know, some of the solutions and innovations that are emerging to address these challenges now, as we move forward into the 21st century. And so I'll focus on three topics, really: design, compilation, and analysis. As I mentioned, my interest in these themes around spoken corpus compilation arise from my work on the BNC 2014. And this is a second edition of the original British National Corpus that was compiled in the early 1990s. And my interest is specifically in the spoken component of the BNC 2014. And as I said, this corpus has been available for a few years now, freely available to the research community. And so I want to kind of inform the issues that I'm discussing today by briefly reflecting on what are people actually doing with this data, because that can actually inform our sort of understanding of the remaining challenges that do exist with regards to data of this type. And so at the moment, I'm working on a paper that actually brings together and tries to trace essentially all or as much of the research that's published now that has used this data set to try to get a really kind of comprehensive understanding of what have people actually done with this corpus. And the main purpose of this is to compare it to what we thought people would do with it, or what we told people they should be able to do, and crucially what they shouldn't do with it, and to see whether that has actually happened, or whether there are other uses of this sort of data now that we didn't predict when we built it in the first place. But there is another sort of useful aspect of this, which is to think more broadly about kind of the assumptions that people make when they use a corpus of this nature. And this relates to the first challenge that I'm going to discuss now, which relates to corpus design. The main issue here is representativeness. This, of course, is not a new topic. Corpus representativeness has been discussed variously for decades now, and there's an awful lot has been spoken and written about this over the decades. And I think in many contexts, you know, that the challenges of representativeness, you know, are getting easier to address as we get more comprehensive access to data from various genres. But I think at the national level, when we're thinking about a corpus that is aimed or designed or intended to be a nationally representative sample of a national variety of a language, I think representativeness is still something that is really tricky to make any strong claims about. And this is an important issue because, based on the work I've done so far in reviewing what people have done with the data, you know, perfectly understandably, there's not so much critical discussion around the extent to which this corpus is representative of what it's supposed to be when people take this data set and do linguistic research on it. Rather, they just take it and go, oh, I've found something interesting about British English, and look what's changed over the last few decades. And there's kind of an implicit faith that the data does represent fully what it was intended to. So I want to kind of think about this in the context of, I'll give you some examples and then think about, you know, the implications of this from a design perspective. But just a few examples of the kind of research that people have been publishing in the last few years, and observing changes in British English in the last few decades with comparison to earlier data sets, mainly the original spoken component of the BNC from the 1990s. So we see papers like this, which, you know, will pick out a particular form and kind of take a form to function approach and look at new functions and sort of think about how casual conversation may have changed in recent years. And so we see papers that kind of focus on specific individual forms or constructions or idiomatic phrases and look at collocation, for instance, and try to kind of track, you know, what are the newly emergent trends in spoken English. And I've done research of this nature myself as well. And these are just a few examples of a random sort of set of little features, linguistic features, things that have gone up or things that have gone down, as based on analyzing this corpus data in recent publications. And then you get, you know, sort of more rather than focusing on individual forms, you get papers that will take more of a comprehensive approach to the entire corpus and take statistical approaches to track, you know, new and old forms. And so here we have essentially an apparent time study of the spoken BNC 2014 that compares older speakers and younger speakers and looks basically at the keywords, which are the words that are most exclusively associated with one age group compared to the other. And you get, you know, these lovely, pretty visualizations that give us insights into some of these differences. They did the same with gender as well, making use of the metadata that's available in the corpus, and, you know, contributing to the sort of more of the sociolinguistic elements of corpus research by making use of the metadata that's available. As I said, I've done some research of this type myself. A couple of years ago, I published a paper looking at swearing. I've published another paper focusing specifically on the F word just a couple of months ago. But this paper from 2021 took a similar approach in looking at both the new and the old spoken BNC and tracking the distribution of popular swear words between different groups. In this case, what you're seeing here is the age group. I'm about to show you the words that I was searching for, but I blurred them at first so I could tell you that I'm about to show you them. But the swear words are about to appear on the screen so you can see the words that I was looking at in this particular paper. There they are. And again, the kind of, you know, the assumption that's made in my own work and the work of others on the basis that this is the best available data that we have yet to as you know, a representation of this target domain of language that we're interested in, is that we can take from this, you know, generalized claims about different changes that have happened in English, and what British English and how British English is changing and what it looks like and how do speakers use this language in recent years. And as I said, that is based on the good faith that it's the best, you know, go we've had at it yet to build a nationally representative corpus of spoken British English. There you go. There's a comparison by gender as well for the same words. And, you know, if you publish a paper like this, then it's possible that, you know, the message can go beyond the academic circle. And so often you see when interesting papers that could make interesting trivia facts about language come out, you know, journalists might report on that. And again, that further solidifies the concept that the data set is robust and representative, you know, without question, you know, without any doubt about any potential challenges. And so the challenge of corpus design, in this case, well, there are several, of course. Corpus design is a gnarly topic, and it's and you know, there are lots that has been said about this, as I said earlier. one thing, because of the time we have today, I'm focusing on one example here, and it's purely the size of the corpus. And again, discussions of corpus size, nothing new. But considering that this corpus I'm talking about is the largest corpus of its kind so far that has been built, and it's 11.5 million words, that alone is quite interesting in the difference compared to the largest corpus of written English, or the largest corpora of written English, which are well into the billions and billions and billions, as you know, a direct result of differences in the ease and convenience of which you can, you know, create a corpus of this kind. 11.5 million words is the largest casual conversational corpus of British English today. That is 672 speakers who contributed to that corpus, but the population of the UK at the most recent estimate is 67 million. And so this is a nationally representative sample of British English that contains 0.001% of the population. I'm not, you know, you might be thinking, well, you did it, so why would you trample on your own work? It's not about that, but rather it's about recognizing, you know, seeing, reminding ourselves of this and going, okay, we are, you know, taking kind of quite big inferences about language on the best available efforts that we've made so far, which is what this represents. But the reality is that this is a drop in the ocean, and that's only measuring on the number of speakers. I haven't even attempted to estimate the daily linguistic output of casual conversation among the 67 million people who are in the UK. So this corpus is the biggest of its kind, yet it is a drop in the ocean, and this makes it quite difficult to estimate or evaluate whether it is big enough, because estimating or evaluating whether it's big enough, the way you do that will vary according to the particular features, for example, linguistic features that you're interested in. That's really hard in this case because it's a general purpose corpus that is meant to be used for, you know, quite a lot of different things. I would suggest that it would be very important, I think, moving forward, that it should be possible to build much bigger corpora of this nature in order to really better get an understanding and a sense of how big should a corpus be for us to make a confident claim of representativeness. Switching to compilation, of course, transcription is one of the biggest methodological challenges in spoken corpus compilation, and one of the biggest things that distinguishes spoken corpora from other types of corpora, because for other types of corpora, transcription, certainly from audio, is not something that is part of that process. This corpus, as I said, was compiled a few years ago. It did use what is/was, I guess now, the standard approach, which is manual transcription, people sitting, listening to the recordings and typing what they hear, using an orthographic transcription scheme, set of conventions that have been developed for the purpose of that corpus. And transcribing the 11.5 million words of this corpus took 20 people 3 years to do. That, for that method, is really good, because, as I said, you know, in the few decades that people have been building spoken corpora, that's quite quick relatively to how long it used to take a few decades earlier. However, that is still too slow, in my opinion. And, you know, by the time the corpus was released properly in 2018, some of the data was already recorded 6 years previously. And so I think it would really help for several things. The immediacy and the freshness, if you will, of the data. But also, you know, getting a larger number of spoken corpora in general, and larger corpora in and of themselves, for transcription to be quicker. If transcription can be sped up, that would knock away the biggest of the bottlenecks that exist with building spoken corpora. And I will return to some solutions, of course. I'm just laying out the issues, and then I'll wrap up with some recent innovations that are ongoing at the moment. With analysis, of course, there are also challenges. and the Spoken BNC 2014 is available on a few tools as a preloaded corpus. It's also available for download. But the main challenge here is that the tools on which most researchers rely, because they don't have the means to perform analysis otherwise, for example, programmatically, were developed, historically, were developed on the assumptions of written corpora. And one of the main assumptions is essentially you have one author for a text, right? Of course, in casual conversation, we're talking about dialogic communication, and where we need to be able to acknowledge and account for systematically different speakers saying different things in the conversation. That is quite not something that is has readily kind of been facilitated by corpus tools, although that is getting better over time. And one specific example of the way in which this may cause a problem with analysis is in the measurement of collocation. As I said, with written corpora, the assumption is that generally there's a one-to-one correspondence between text and source. And so if you're running a collocation analysis, you've searched for a word and you're looking for the collocates within a span, say 5 words on either side, then you're going to get, collocates that exist within the same text as the node that you've searched for, because any internal boundaries are not relevant, generally speaking. And so you're not really going to very regularly encounter collocations that spread across boundaries that would be relevant to you, unless you occasionally end up finding a node right at the end or right at the beginning of the text, and you have no other way of accounting for text boundaries. With spoken corpora, of course, you actually have lots of little texts, really. If you think about it, you have lots of turns and lots of segments of texts which are presented within a transcript, which is, for corpus purposes, a text. This means that you have a one-to-many correspondence between text and source, or speaker in this case. And this means that you have lots and lots of mini text boundaries throughout each corpus text. Therefore, you're going to end up potentially with lots of your collocates actually being words that were produced by the speaker who spoke just before or after the speaker who produced the node you've searched for. Collocation essentially produced by one person saying one word and someone else saying another. That's not irrelevant. That might be exactly what you're interested in, but often when people are interested in collocation, they're interested in the individual author, the words and the language choices they're making themselves. And so you may end up with, a mixture of collocates in your list of collocates. Some of them are speaker internal, if you will, and some of them are co-produced with other speakers. And this is generally not yet properly accounted for in the major corpus tools. And so this, here's an example here of, if you search for the word have, and you're looking for the collocates of have, and seen is a collocate of have, and then you look at an example and go, oh, that isn't actually a collocate that speaker produced, but rather it was the previous speaker said the word seen, not in collocation with have at all. That should not count, arguably, or it should be possible to filter out at least cases like this. This is just one example, and I've been working with Mark McGlashan at Birmingham City University and Izzy Clark at Lancaster earlier this year to start having a look at this, and we have found so far that this effect indeed does, does impact upon the measurements. And of course, there's the challenge, the final challenge before I wrap up. I know we need to move on, of comparing corpora and inferring language change. And this is something that I've been wrestling with for a few years now, as I've been doing quite a lot of research comparing the new BNC with the old one. The main gist of this is that, comparing two things and noticing a difference, you may notice a difference, but that doesn't necessarily mean change. And yet the challenge is that, I suppose logically you want to be able to say, well, here's a corpus from the 1990s and here's a corpus from the 2010s, and they were designed explicitly for the purpose of being comparable, and you've compared them and you've found a difference, and it's a significant difference in whatever it is you've searched for. And things are, you know, it's very easy to go from difference to change in terms of the way you frame those findings. I've done this, and a lot of the other papers that have used this data have also done that too. And so, you know, I think this is something that is a problem, you know, and can only be solved with more data from more points in time. And then you can be more confident of observing patterns. This is already possible with written corpora because they're easier to compile. And you have the Brown family of corpora, for instance, and you have, for instance, Paul Baker recently published a paper tracking changes in features over the last century, comparing, I think, 5 or 6 different comparable corpora over that period of time. Therefore, you can look at trends, you know, much more confidently. So more data sets, I think, more comparable data sets. So to finish, and apologies for running over slightly, the challenges I've described are quite very much interrelated. You know, the problem of size, okay, we want bigger spoken corpora. We want parity with written corpora, or at least, you know, getting closer to the sizes that you do often see with written corpora. Well, faster transcription would help with that issue, and that would also then help you to be able to build more corpora more regularly, and it would also deal with the issue of recency. You know, you could build a corpus from collecting recordings this year and publish it next year rather than publishing it in 4 years' time, for instance. And of course, you know, automation and artificial intelligence is where the answer comes for the issue of transcription. And what's great to see is that now there are examples of current spoken corpus compilation projects that are using automated transcription software to support with transcription, at least semi-automated. By that, I mean they get the recording to go through a pass with the automated software, produce a transcript, and then it's manually checked and where necessary corrected by a human. And you know, it remains to be seen whether that does significantly speed up the process of transcription. I hope that it will, and I think that as the technology only continues to improve, it's increasingly likely to do so as time goes on. And that's obviously just one example of innovation. I'll finish by sort of making a little prediction for what else could be done, or certainly things I'm interested in doing with building new spoken corpora in the future. But there are lots of challenges. I'm not sort of downplaying the progress that has already been made, because there have been some great achievements with spoken corpora, and I think to get to where we have is wonderful, considering the size and the scale of this highly practical and highly involved task requiring lots and lots of participants, etc. But there are challenges, and I think, you know, the speed of production is the biggest one that will solve a lot of these challenges in the immediate future. But to finish, you know, it's hard to deny, especially in the last year, the profound you know, impact that artificial intelligence technology and awareness and the visibility of this technology publicly has had in a lot of domains, in higher education, in the way we assess our students, and in society more broadly. And of course, the irony being that I think that the technology, for example, generative AI, that was built using essentially methods inspired by corpus linguistics, may also help in some ways with generating more spoken or spoken-like data. And for example, asking it to, as I just demonstrate there on the slide, to produce an example of a conversation and assess you could assess the features of that, could be one way of augmenting or supplementing or introducing new avenues for our understanding of what is spoken communication. And of course, multimodality is another issue that, you know, scaling that up is a really big challenge. I think that there are opportunities there too. For example, in new technology like glasses that have cameras and microphones in them, I could imagine that building a spoken corpus of 2 people chatting to each other, both wearing a pair of these, and aligning it all and getting the video and everything could be a much more effective way of building a corpus more quickly than the current methods. So a few ideas, a few predictions for the future, but I will stop there. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to the rest of this session. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Robbie. Lots of points to think about, lots of things to unpack there. Thank you for this really useful overview. There's one quick question, something I wanted to ask as myself. Margaret in the chat is asking this: are there any corpora drawing on casual conversations conducted by, for example, WhatsApp or other text messaging services? So, you know, kind of in this context of we're talking about spoken corpora being different from written corpora, but then so much of our language use, obviously, right now, for example, on Zoom, right? So in context of, you know, methodological decisions, when you know, corpora like this are being conducted, what are those considerations you kind of had to take into account? What is it that you think we should be thinking about when we're looking at this sort of data?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, instant messaging, you know, WhatsApp, etc. You know, a lot of those, a lot of the challenges I was talking about with speech, spoken corpora, are shared with you know, computer mediated communication. Certainly the issues around dialogic communication and speakers producing turns, all of that stuff, the issues apply just as equally to instant messaging. The reason I didn't mention that, though, is that to me that is a completely different genre of language. And so I don't consider it to be casual conversation in the literal sense of conversation. When I talk about casual conversation, I mean spoken, you know, spoken interaction. So that's simply why I didn't mention it, because it's a different genre. But yes, absolutely. You know, clearly, if we want to, I think the thing that is slightly frustrating about how corpus linguistics in general has, understandably, you know, favored and paid the greatest attention to written corpora because of the, you know, the methodological convenience of compiling them. But if you want to look at, well, authentically, what are the priorities, you know, what are the types of language that generally people use the most, then, you know, reading and writing should be lower down the list compared to speaking. And you know, if you consider CMC, computer mediated communication, a separate mode, some people do, some people don't, whatever, I don't really mind what you think. But if you do consider it separately, then so much of what we do is mediated through that sort of communication too. And so, you know, ideally, if these methodological problems didn't exist, then we should actually have the opposite thing. We should have most of the corpora being spoken and computer mediated ones, and a minority of them being written, you know, traditional written text. I hope that in future, with, you know, the technological advancements, some of which I've mentioned, not all, there's an awful lot of other stuff I could have talked about as well, but some of which I mentioned here, we might get parity, you know, increasing in the future, where spoken corpora are more, you know, there are more of them in general, and they are bigger too. But yeah, that's sort of the situation as I see it at the moment.
I absolutely think I completely agree. You know, kind of makes me think of, you know, what you're saying about the importance of defining what is spoken language to me and how I'm deciding at this level what am I not including into the corpus. Makes me think of sort of the importance of definitions and our stance on certain things, right? If I'm starting a given project, how do I define certain things, and what is or isn't a given genre or discourse type? One other quick question, if I may. I think we have 2 more minutes. So it's from Asma again in the chat. Thanks for the great talk, Dr. Love. I'd like to ask for any recommendations to overcome challenges for compiling specialized corpora. For example, how can we talk about representativeness if I have a very, very small corpus of specialized data?
Well, actually, I think the issue of representativeness is overall generally easier when it comes to specialized corpora, because by definition, a specialized corpus is likely to have a much more clearly defined target domain. You're going to be able to specify much more easily, okay, this is the genre of texts that I'm interested in. Typically, you're also going to specify things like the period of time, the venue of the publication, you know, for example, whether it's online, you know, particular websites, etc., or the particular variety. It's easier to kind of try and get a sense of, okay, this is how much linguistic output there is within that particular specialized target domain. And because I can more easily identify it and get a sense of how much there is and where it is and who's produced it, I can now, you know, either try and get all of it, if it's, you know, if you can, then great, or, you know, develop principles to take a sample. So I think in general, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it's relatively easier compared to trying to get a national sample of, you know, building a general corpus where you can't actually list every candidate text that you could put in your corpus for a national spoken corpus, because no such list exists, because you couldn't, you know, it's just not possible to somehow, you know, make a record of every conversation that's ever, you know, happened in 1 minute across the country, let alone in 1 year or 5 years across, you know, 67 million speakers. So you can't actually ever literally define the target domain. And so to an extent, the sample is a bit of a stab in the dark. I mean, you can apply principles to try and, you know, make it make sense. You can look at census data and look at how many of different demographics, etc. And those are, you know, good ideas, but you can't actually, you know, here's all my texts and I'm going to sample from them. That's more likely to be possible with specialized corpora generally, although there are still, of course, challenges.
Great, thank you very much, Robbie. For the sake of time, I'm going to stop here, but just for everybody, if you still have questions for Robbie, please continue using the Q&A function. We will come back to them towards the end. And Robbie, you'll be pleased to hear that one participant is thanking you, but also the cat behind you.
Oh, yes. There.
So you may want to look at the chat. There's a few comments about the cat.
Okay, I will. I'll have a look at the chat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chat in a bit.
And I'll invite Emma now. Hello, Emma.
Hello.
Hello. So while you're preparing your slides, I'll say a few words about your profile and your work so far. So Emma McLaughlin is my colleague from the University of Nottingham. She's a research fellow in corpus linguistics in the Center for Research in Linguistics. She is focusing in terms of her research on health, understood in very broad terms, health inequalities, health literacy. So some examples of topics she's researched and published on, for example, menstrual health discourses, the coronavirus, the discourse of public messaging, avian influenza, biosecurity communication. So a whole range of examples related to health communications. And this is exactly what we'll be hearing about in a second, as we can see from the slides. Approaches to researching the reception of public health messaging, lessons from the coronavirus pandemic. Emma, over to you.
Thank you, Pavel. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. I'm really delighted to have been invited to this. It's a lovely event. I'm going to share some thoughts on the approaches to researching the reception of public health messaging, with just some insights drawn from that coronavirus discourses project that Pavel mentioned. That project ran from January 2021 to July 2022. So I can't change my slide now, of course, because it's there we are. Okay, so I have to confess at the start that this is very much a team effort. So everything I'm going to present is a result of all these people's very hard work. So we're a multidisciplinary team of linguists. I'm sure you'll recognize some of the faces here. And we worked with computer scientists and experts in human factors research. We also worked in partnership with the UK Health Security Agency, Public Health Wales, and NHS Education for Scotland. And we investigated the reception of public health messages in real time during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so COVID really reinforced the importance of effective and timely public health messaging, and it presented particular challenges in terms of understanding the flow and the impact of public health messaging, both across public and private communications. Of course, now we are in a better position to take stock of some of those challenges and pull out some of the lessons that we can learn about different kinds of approaches to public health messaging and the different measures, particularly those encouraging self-limiting behaviours, things people shouldn't be doing, that were implemented to manage the spread and the impact of the virus. And I'll mention two of those main challenges now. So we know that messaging had to be swiftly adapted as new scientific evidence emerged about the nature of the virus and the impact of different types of interventions. So, for example, we've got hands, face, space here, which became hands, face, space, fresh air, which isn't quite as catchy, but it does reflect this need to update instructions and guidance on the basis of new scientific evidence. It reflects the very fast-paced nature of that virus and how the fresh understanding of its impacts the information that the public should be receiving. This was a really unprecedented situation, so we were interested in these kinds of changes and how they took hold with the public. And of course, instructions differed regionally. This was changing all the time, and it sometimes caused confusion. So Wales and Scotland, as nations of the UK with their own governments, largely followed the UK government messaging until the UK government changed isolation rules and introduced a new instruction to stay alert. At that point, the governments of Scotland and Wales deviated and maintained a stay-at-home message. And we had local lockdowns and porous borders between nations, which added an extra layer of complexity when each area had different guidance to follow. We also know that pandemic health threats require communication that targets the entire population, including segments of the population at higher risk of infection and poor outcomes. So one of the main challenges in that context was the need to cater for different audiences, especially those populations most at risk of severe disease, while keeping the messaging simple and easy to access for everyone. So at-risk populations and messaging around geographical borders were highlighted as major challenges by our health agency partners. Now, Black, Asian and minority ethnic populations in particular were known to be disproportionately affected by COVID-19 and were substantially more at risk of contracting and/or of dying of COVID-19 than other white communities. The consequences of inequalities, including limited access to healthcare, larger households and employment that required people to work in person, are likely to have increased the risk of contracting the virus. And past experiences of discrimination and prejudice have been linked to altered health-seeking behaviours, which also increase the risk of COVID-19 related mortality among those communities. And in response to this, we had population-specific messaging in the UK. So you can see some of the guidance that was issued around religious festivals, pregnancy, and in-person working, and so on here. So messaging was adapted around those challenges, and corpus linguistics can help public health agencies with understanding how the guidance is being received amongst public audiences. And it's capable of processing large amounts of language data very quickly, as we know, and this was really useful for gathering feedback really quickly. But working with an interdisciplinary team on this highlighted ethical challenges that we think we need to address in our field if we are to research responsibly in future. So the unprecedented situation that required the fast feedback, we demonstrated to public health agencies that it was possible to gather large amounts of public commentary online, for instance, by gathering below-the-line comments on newspaper articles to get a quick sense of how new measures and guidance or policies are being received. And this works really well, but there are two issues with this approach. One is that we know a one-size-fits-all approach to messaging just doesn't work, and gathering public feedback in this way doesn't allow you to effectively isolate feedback from the demographics most at risk, and therefore probably most at need of tailored messaging. The second major issue is that if you're using this kind of approach to report findings and lessons learned outside of the project team and beyond sharing with partners, ethically things start to become a bit more difficult, because those posting online did not intend or consent for researchers to come along, harvest their contributions, take them out of context, and then reproduce them in outputs elsewhere. Yes, it's legally permissible to do so, but at least in the UK, but our colleagues in computer science raised, I think, quite legitimate concerns about whether this was the way things should be done if an alternative was possible. So I want to talk about two complementary approaches to corpus linguistics that we've been integrating with that corpus linguistic approach to investigate the reception and the trajectories of public health messaging. The first is a community-focused approach, and the second is a privacy-preserving approach to corpus linguistics. So with that background and those challenges in mind, I'll spend the rest of the time I have today talking about two of those complementary approaches that go just some way towards mitigating these concerns. So the first thing we did was we worked directly with the public through engaging a public involvement panel on the research. Now, as our work becomes more global and more online, the greater the scope and the need for collaboration with communities affected by whatever of the social issue you're interested in. In our case, it was COVID-19, particularly marginalized communities who are so often underrepresented. On this project, we took a really community-focused approach from the outset, and that helped to guide our the direction of our research. And importantly, the people on this panel were not participants. The 12 members of our public involvement panel, our PIP, acted as consultants and reviewers on the project, and they helped to make our participant and public-facing materials more inclusive and more valuable. A few of the PIP members who wanted their contributions to be acknowledged are pictured here. So we held 2-hour meetings online, one every month or two throughout the project. And PIP members shared their feedback and their lived experiences, and we involved them in decision-making and checking of outputs the whole way through the project. They provided first-hand insights into the reception of public health messaging in real time as the pandemic progressed, and they were paid for their time. Now, we can't quote their contributions directly, but rather we allowed their contributions to guide the design of other ways to gather fast feedback from larger numbers of research participants. Their contributions informed the research, and they opened avenues that might not be accessible to the researcher depending on their own background. Peter Barnard, our human factors researcher, was responsible for recruiting and facilitating our public involvement panel, so I'll acknowledge her here. Okay, so these patient and public involvement in panels, they are they're increasingly popular and relevant method to promote public engagement in research, as we're quite rightly being asked to articulate more, how our research adheres to equality, diversity and inclusion principles and those of responsible research. There are plenty of guidelines on how to action a public involvement panel available, but what we did was we adapted several of the guidelines provided by Akizi to engage with the social community, including, that involvement should be reflected in the entire research cycle, from planning through to dissemination, the use of plain language for well-timed, relevant communications. We used a broad range of approaches. We used the contributors' language skills to discuss research relevance and findings, and of course broadening dissemination beyond academic and policy spaces right into those community settings directly. So it's crucial to understand that in the past, participatory approaches have been misused, and individuals have reported not hearing back from researchers on the outcome of their contribution, and this has caused quite a lot of distrust within the community. Not getting back to people that have supported research with their lived experiences and insights really damages the reputation of the research community, and it affects willingness to participate in future due to that lost trust. Because that's happened too often in the past, the human factors researchers that we work with have recommended openly addressing this potential concern when setting up community collaboration in our research. They advise to outline your expectations, tell them what they should expect in return from you, and build their expectations into the research. So what are they hoping to get out of it or achieve for their community? To really understand their motivations for participating in something like a public involvement panel. So we would love to see greater use of these kinds of participatory approaches in future to capitalize on this opportunity to address the needs and the concerns of those who are most affected by the social issue under investigation. It's a really nice way to empower individuals and communities to have their voices heard and generate findings that are relevant and meaningful to them and the issues that they face. After the success that we've had here, we've integrated taking this approach into other health comms research. So we're working with groups of expert citizens and allowing their lived experiences to shape not just the direction of the research, but its very design. This really does need to become the norm. It satisfies our responsible research and EDI responsibilities as researchers. So I'll talk about I'll show you one of the contributions from our public involvement panel. In a live Google Jamboard activity, we invited them to answer the question, what makes public health messaging effective? So they drew on their prior knowledge from discussion sessions, and they contributed notes to the board, and then we used these contributions together to identify 10 features or characteristics of effective public health messaging. Those 10 features were then used as multiple choice items for a representative public survey where we asked 1,089 respondents, which of the following, if any, do you think would be most important in making COVID-19 public health messages effective? We allowed them to select up to 3 options, and you can see that people valued messaging that was informative most highly, followed by reliability of the source and accuracy of the content. But they valued the characteristics achievable, encouraging, and timely as the least important characteristics. Though that wasn't corpus linguistics, it's a nice example. But these kinds of reflections helped to shape the survey, and the survey we did use a corpus linguistic analysis on to have a look at the open text questions. So the PIP helped us to identify elements of public health messaging to measure that reception on a larger scale. They helped us to shape questions, and they worked to check that the framing of the questions was accessible. They helped us to identify messaging types, things like fear appeals and moralizing messaging that we could explore with open text questions, so that we had data to analyze using a corpus linguistic approach. And their feedback on messaging helped us to navigate that corpus linguistic analysis as well. They helped us to sort of narrow down which keywords to explore in detail, for example, those qualitative questions that can affect the outcome of your analysis. And they also co-produced outputs with us. We've got a paper actually on the corpus linguistic analysis for this, but I've presented on that a lot, so I wanted to talk about the methods behind it today, but you can have a look at that if you're interested. All right, so the second approach is a privacy preserving corpus linguistics analysis, and this is an approach that we're still developing with our colleagues in computer science. Because we were interested in public health message input and how people understand those and how they go on to communicate about them in their personal lives. But it was a principle of this research not to directly quote language that had been gathered from the public domain without explicit consent from the individuals involved. Although some forms of individual language use are readily available to researchers, it's not necessarily ethical to use it. As I mentioned earlier, language posted on personal social media channels, for example, is usually intended to appear on the forum on which it's posted only. People don't explicitly consent to researchers gathering their language data or the associated metadata for external use. Instead, the legal basis for using this language externally is that the terms and conditions permit it. It is clear that we know that a corpus linguistics approach is useful for identifying criticism and areas of concern with public health messaging, as well as more general tendencies of comprehension and uptake. But a privacy preserving corpus linguistics approach is needed to do those kinds of analyses in a way that complies with principles of responsible research. So before I finish, I will talk about a tool for this privacy preserving corpus linguistics that we are developing at the University of Nottingham. And I think this will support collaboration with the wider community in future in a much neater and quicker way. It's called Pripper. It's designed for anyone to use on their personal computers. So at the moment, it is in the form of a browser extension that safely retrieves linguistic information about individual language exposure and use online. It was obviously initially developed with the Coronavirus Discourses project in mind, but it's been adapted to start to look at online misinformation now. It's currently under further development, but expect to see approaches like this coming forward over the next few years to allow us to gather insights from browsing activities and private communications in that responsible and ethical privacy preserving way. At the moment, PRIPA has the ability to gather any of these features, including word frequencies, collocates, pronouns, comparative superlatives, markers of polarity and subjectivity, and specific words, if that's what's needed for the study. And it can be reconfigured to look at really any feature of interest, anything that we can look at with natural language processing, we can build into PRIPA. Each new study using PRIPA would need to be set up with the parameters specifying what data will be collected, you know, the collocates, the concordance lines, etc., the language to be analysed, and an allow list of websites where the analysis will be run, so it won't run across all websites. And all of this is transparent to users. So the idea is that users have full control over the information that they want to share, and they view their results before they submit them to researchers. And at that point, they're given the option to submit data to the study, exclude specific data points from the analysis, or withdraw from the study completely. If they decide not to share their results, then the results are deleted and they don't leave their computer. So if the data is submitted, then researchers see statistically salient results only, or concordance lines containing predefined keywords in context that have been shown to the participant. The researcher never sees the full data set. Users can download and save their results for personal use, and they can start, pause, and stop data collection at any time. And these options are designed to empower users to engage with their own language in use. That was a really important goal, a sort of aim of this. It empowers them to actively participate in the de-identification of their own data and participate in research in a fully informed way. I think this kind of approach is going to prove very useful for time-sensitive research, and in terms of understanding reception of, say, news content, for example, it gives us an insight into what people are actually seeing and engaging with, rather than gathering a corpus containing absolutely everything that exists on a topic. The hope is that tools like PRIPA allow applied researchers to build trust with the public so that they're comfortable to participate in responsible research and share their language exposure and use, because it is done in that privacy preserving way. So being privacy preserving by design involves adhering to a set of principles. So the principles used to develop PRIPA aim to be compatible with modern regulations in internet privacy, such as the EU's GDPR and its UK counterpart. Participants are aware of the purpose, the parameters of the study, the features of interest, you know, the words, the statistical measurements, the excerpts. They're all described in an intelligible way, and they're aware of their right to anonymity, and they can consult their data before it's shared. And as I say, they can decide to exclude selected results or withdraw from the study at any time. So a corpus linguistic approach alone, fabulous. It can ensure that feedback is analysed efficiently on a scale that's meaningful for public health agencies. We've got some reports about that from the project. Anyone working towards pandemic preparedness would be really interested in that. But there are advantages of integrating community-focused and privacy-preserving approaches in corpus linguistics. Ultimately, we think we can empower people through inclusive health communications and address disparities in health outcomes, change the way that health-related information is created and shared. These complementary approaches and any associated findings that come out of integrating them with corpus linguistics can inform future health messaging, and we think foster really positive health outcomes for diverse communities in future. I'll just give you the website address. We've got lots of reports and a guide for message writers, and obviously the contact details for the other researchers on the project available there. Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Emma. Very, very interesting. It's just linking what Robbie was saying about, you know, methodological kind of considerations, what's happening in the background, as you put it yourself, what's happening behind the scenes. And also, I think a really nice example showing us that, yes, corpus linguistics is a lot of, you know, number crunching and kind of you as individual linguists looking at data, but actually there's also so much conversation that is happening there. For example, with members of the public, depending obviously on the research questions that you're exploring. So in relation to that, we have one question in the chat from Aisha. She was interested in your patient and public involvement panels. What were the criteria for choosing these specific members in order to make it more inclusive, in order to think about those ethical issues as well?
I can't answer that, I'm afraid. I would love to, but I didn't put the public involvement panel together. I can tell you that no more than half of the people on the panel identified as white, and that was really important because we know we had those health disparities. I can't tell you exactly what the criterion were because I didn't put the panel together. But if you want to email me, you're very welcome, and I will put you in touch with Pepita, who did that, and I'm sure she would love to talk you through it. I'm sorry that I'm not answering that very well, but yes, as I say, it was really important that no more than half identified as white, and I think in the literature that's a fairly standard thing for this sort of research. But yeah, drop me an email and I'll put you in touch with Pepe.
Absolutely, and there will be some links, and you've already presented some further resources, the website.
I'm sure it's probably in the guide book that I just shared with you, but I can't recall off the top of my head what was written about that. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. More dialogue later on. And second question is about the second part of your talk, the PRIPA tool, which is fascinating. Again, similar comment in the chat. So one of them is about what is actually happening with data. So is the tool itself combining different variables and demographic information that there is found in data, for example, from tweets? And that's kind of a follow-up question to that. Someone is asking, that's from Margaret, do you anticipate any drawbacks or any potential challenges in terms of looking at that type of data?
So I don't understand the first question, Pavel.
The first question was about when we have the tool itself. The question is asking, is this combining variables and demographic information? I guess the question is about the mechanics of the analysis itself.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying now. So if you were setting up a study, those sorts of the demographic information that you would have would be, you'd set up a study and you'd select your participants in advance, and then you would send them a link to download this tool and do that, and you'd give them, I don't know, some sort of identifier so you could link it back to the demographic information. It doesn't do that in and of itself at the moment. We've focused mainly on trying to get it to accurately pick up those linguistic features and sort of measure them against other corpus tools. Actually, at the moment it's doing, touch wood, it's doing very well. No. And what was the second part of the question?
Second part was about, are you anticipating any problems, any challenges, any issues with that sort of analysis?
Yeah, but yes, I can. I definitely can. One of the main issues is getting the information across in an intelligible way. So explaining to someone, what is a colloquat? What do these numbers mean? How do I know whether I need to check this and remove a concordance line? What constitutes personally identifiable information that I might not want to share? Because of course those sorts of things are relative, aren't they? People might share something that I would consider to be personally identifiable information, but other people might not. So those are the sorts of things. It's the communicating of the corpus linguistic feature, the features, the stats, and the stuff around sort of the ethics. Is that those are the main problems actually that we've encountered, and we're doing lots of user testing actually with lots of different people, and to sort of tackle those sort of things. So. Yeah.
Because as you say, in terms of making more informed decisions, it's actually telling people what corpus linguistics is doing, what are the principles of this analysis, say what is a colloquat, what is a keyword, and also from the perspective of you as an analyst, say once you have the data, which sort of keywords am I going to look at? What is it? How am I treating that data? Is this fitting the research question that I'm asking, right? So again, takes us back to what Robbie was saying. So much to think about. And make sure that this is all doing what we want to do. Excellent. I'm afraid we're going to have to move on, but thank you for now. If there are any more questions later on, I'll come back to them. Thank you, Emma. And now I think I can see Niall already. Hello, Niall. So this is our third speaker now, coming from Manchester. So Niall, while you're loading your slides, I'll do a quick introduction and I'll say a few words about your profile. So Niall is a senior lecturer at Manchester Metropolitan University, specializing in corpus linguistics, applied linguistics, contrastive linguistics, discourse analysis, and TESOL. Is published widely across these areas. Is also the co-series editor for the Routledge Applied Corpus Linguistics and the Routledge Corpus Linguistics Guide. So if anybody's interested in this sort of area, potentially have some ideas, you know who you should contact. As you can see from the title, we'll be hearing now about corpus linguistics and language education, which is great because we're slowly moving. We've heard a little bit about spoken language, we've heard about health communication, and now we're going to hear about language education. Niall, over to you.
Thank you so much, Pavel, and thank you everybody for coming along. It's a real pleasure to be here. So as Pavel mentioned, I'll be speaking about corpus linguistics and language education, specifically thinking about methodological decisions we might make when we're trying to engage stakeholders in using kind of corpus linguistic research in order to inform materials development. So I should say at the beginning that this is an ongoing project. And it details work that I'm carrying out with Dr. Geraldine Mark, who's a research associate at Cardiff University. So I just wanted to point out that this is really a 50-50 kind of project. So what am I talking about today? I'm talking about spoken language in the context of ELT and thinking about the representation of spoken language in ELT materials. When we look at the kind of historical context of this, what we see is that norms relating to written language really dominate English language teaching materials, and any of us who have taught English or maybe learned English will recognize this in some way. So we tend to have syllabi that are focused on particular grammatical structures that come from written language norms. We tend to see a focus on things like tense, word class, clause. We do see some focus on areas related to function, but this largely comes from the notional functional syllabus that has been used to develop educational materials. But this is happening amid a kind of a perennial request from learners for more conversation and materials, and learners find speaking in English, for example, in the ELT context, one of the more difficult things to learn. And when we look within materials, we see that features kind of these spoken language that we see in materials, that they don't necessarily align with what we see out there in the real world, because it's very difficult to get spoken grammar, for example, to fit within the neat syllabi that we maybe expect in a global way from education. But there are also deeply held opinions related to language use. So we may have perspectives about what constitutes correctness, what's appropriate grammar, etc. And all of this kind of happening within a space and academic context where there are general critiques of spoken language representation in educational materials, saying, for example, that it may not appear as something authentic, or that the kind of the spoken language we see in educational materials is more akin to, or rather is its own kind of spoken language, so course book language in a way. So we wanted to kind of delve into this in some way, and we wanted to look at what was happening initially. We wanted to look at what was happening in materials. We wanted to figure out ways that we could improve the representation of spoken language in materials in a way that doesn't necessarily take up too much space on a page, because with printing costs, etc., that's obviously a very practical barrier to adding more to materials. Something that will fit with teachers' expectations. So how are we going to meet teacher needs and teacher expectations? And this is related to, for example, that teachers across the world are using things like course books to teach lessons, but also we have varying degrees of proficiency in different contexts for teachers, and they're teaching maybe for different purposes, maybe for exam preparation, and in that maybe there are different expectations about what language people should use in exams. So we've got a lot of different teacher expectations that we need to consider. The goal generally is thinking about how can we use this information to help learners improve their conversational competencies, but also we work in a very pragmatic reality with this, which is that regardless of what we think is good, effective, etc., what we need to make sure is that we're not undermining learners' successes in the context of language assessment, where language assessment can act as a barrier for learners to get visas, to travel for study, to travel for work, etc. So there are very real consequences, and we don't necessarily want to say you should do all of this and give all of this language if in result of that people will be disadvantaged in some way. So we have a lot of things to think about in that space. And so what we decided to do was develop a research project that looked to identify the core features of casual spoken conversation, think about how they feature in ELT materials, and then think a little bit about what research in corpus linguistics can we do to address this particular kind of issue, thinking specifically about the different kind of stakeholders with whom we would work. And so we started with a corpus-based conversation analysis of kind of small words, borrowing that term from McCarthy and Carter, and then use that information that we gleaned from this corpus analysis to inform some workshops with teachers, editors, publishers, assessment developers, in order to gain insight into how these stakeholders are using ELT for materials development. And so you see that some of this research is corpus-based, but what we ended up having to do is look beyond corpus-based research in order to be able to operationalize the findings from our linguistic analyses. And so I'm going to give you maybe a bit of a whistle-stop tour through these 3 key studies that came together really to bring linguistic research into practice in some way. So what did we do when we did the kind of corpus research and coursebook review? So we used the Cambridge International Corpus as our main corpus, and we looked within that at the spontaneous conversation and spoken language that occurred. So no scripted language, for example, in news broadcasts, things like that. And we wanted to look specifically at turn taking. So we thought, okay, we'll look at around term boundaries, because at term boundaries, we'll be able to see what's happening in interaction. And that's what we wanted to move towards. We wanted to look at how we could understand the talk in interaction more effectively and see how that's represented in materials. And so we adopted this corpus-based conversation analysis approach, and within that looked at for the language of response tokens, the language of repair, the language of adjacency turns, all around turn taking, so within the language of turn taking itself. And I'm not going to share all of the findings with you here because there was quite a lot of different things that we looked at, but I'm going to give you a bit of a flavor. And this paper is in review at the moment, so hopefully we'll see it out next year. And within this, for example, we looked at things like adjacency pairs, yes/no questions as a good example. Questions are seen as a really effective means to be able to pass turns, open turns, etc., or open conversations. And what we found is that they were rarely answered with a yes or a no, but we found a lot more mitigation. Things like I don't know, well, as a turn initiator to kind of respond to people's questions, often used to kind of mitigate or soften responses. And we see these questions as turn ending features to be able to pass the turn over to the next speaker. We also saw a lot of small words like yes and yeah, having lots of really important interactive functions. So for example, holding the floor and acknowledging, giving response tokens to show agreement, back channeling to show that they're listening, etc. And when we looked at repairs, we saw that they co-occur, they don't occur alone. We saw that they can be repetitions of the same sound, so truncation was apparent, and that repair is an effective means to be able to resolve issues in conversations that were not necessarily due to comprehension issues, just due to the co-construction of this, of conversations. And so much more. So you can see lots of examples here. And really what we found when we looked at this is that conversations were co-constructed. And so the information that was happening in one turn was influencing the information happening in another. So we saw kind of collocational behavior moving across turns. We saw different kinds of areas of areas of kind of conversation analysis emerging. So we saw ellipsis, for example. So we saw shortened turns. We saw truncation. We saw repairs being instigated by hedges, for example, and different kinds of interactive devices like question tags. And this is really just a bit of a flavor of all of the things that we were looking at. But what it shows us is how messy and complicated conversation is, and also how short turns are in many cases. So we have lots of really short turns that are moving the conversation along. So once we'd done this analysis, we decided then to look at some educational materials, and we looked at 3 course books in particular: Think, Empower, and Mindset. We looked at the speaking sections and the listening scripts, and we took a grounded theory approach to coding, but we also used a conversation analytical lens to be able to think about the language we were looking at. So language of turn taking, response tokens, repair, and adjacency pairs, for example. And so here's an example of a script that we extracted from the course books, and you can see this idea here with questions being used at the beginning in order to be a topic initiator. We do see some examples of different kinds of features of conversation, like incomplete sentences, examples of ellipsis. But we also see large turns that don't necessarily reflect features of conversation whatsoever, and there may be more transactional information, and so on. And what we generally found when we looked at these kind of dialogues in the listening scripts, for example, is that there was something of a transaction sandwich going on, where we had interaction occurring on both ends, which was a light touch interaction to kind of open the conversation. But what was happening in the middle, where most of the information was shared, were kind of transactional conversations designed to deliver grammar and vocabulary. So thinking about the purpose of these particular texts. Are they to model speaking, or are they a vehicle for lexis and grammar? And so what we found when we looked at this was that there are lots of opportunities for speaking throughout the book, but often this is really more like the act of speaking and not really about conversation and engagement, interaction. And most often these dialogues were used as a vehicle for presenting grammatical or lexical content. And so there's a bit of a divergence between spoken conversation and what we see in the materials. And so what we decided to do next was to take this to teachers, because we thought this was interesting, but we wondered whether or not it was interesting to people who are actually going to use these materials. We initially thought about going directly to publishers, but when you look at research in this area, for example, Mike McCarthy has written about teachers being the driving force for change in language education. So if we can get teachers' perspectives on this to see whether or not it's particularly valuable, our thought was to bring not only our voices and research, but also the voices of these teachers to other stakeholders like materials developers, in order to be able to see how they respond to these particular perspectives. And so what we did was we ran some workshops with teachers in the second phase of the study, and we worked, the workshop involved recording online conversations, reflections, etc., related to materials development. And so for this, we had the teachers plan a lesson based on some materials we gave them, reflect on that, have a debrief on that. Then in the middle, we presented some of the findings, like I just presented to you. And then we get them to do the same thing again. And this time I'm saying, if any of those findings were of interest, please include them in your lesson plans. And if not, then we can, you don't have to. We were very clear that we weren't saying you should do this. We just wanted to know, is this useful? Is this relevant? Is this helpful? And then following this workshop, we also did a delayed survey in order to be able to collect individual responses. And so what that looked like in real terms was something like this. So we gave them a lesson plan, an extract from a course book where it was about developing speaking, and then we asked them to design a lesson plan, and we gathered all the lesson plans as well as a form of data. And so when we looked at the lesson plans, it's probably, as you might anticipate, there's a shift from the first activity to the second, where there's more of a focus on the information that we shared with them. So in this case, probably priming is a factor, in that we just given them this information and then they just put it right directly into practice, which is why we'd factored in the idea of doing a post workshop delayed survey to get individual perspectives and responses. But generally what we found was that teachers thought that drawing students' attention to small words, register differences, spoken grammar as a concept was quite helpful. And they thought that, in particular, corpus insights had made them more aware of how language works and gave them food for thought about words that are very common. So the idea of things being very frequent was valuable. Words that seem simple but are not necessarily simple. So that words that do a lot of work in a conversation and perform kind of polysemous acts. And this idea of words that can do a range of different things. They also problematized the notion of harder words. As you move up levels in course books and you get to C1 kind of textbooks, what we often see is quite obscure, abstract vocabulary that's quite infrequent. So often the fact that it's harder is partly owing to the fact that it's not necessarily something that's widely used. And instead they thought, couldn't we look at words like well and instead stagger their multiple senses throughout the levels in order to be able to facilitate a more, I guess, mastery approach to being able to use these discursively flexible and valuable small words? And so these were some of the things to come out of the conversations. In terms of the kind of thematic analysis, I won't go through this in detail, but this paper should be out in November. It is November, so soon. And what we found in the discussion was that teachers were interested in research for materials development more generally, thinking about action research. They all found a value in corpus linguistics for informing materials, specifically frequency, and that this could be useful for teacher development for early career teachers and also advanced teachers. And then they speculated about how this could inform future needs in ELT materials, and I'll give you some examples of that now. But I just wanted to share this quote here from one of the teachers, in that they said it would be useful to see course books that use language that is more frequently used. And in general, they referred to finding this frequency information very valuable. So bear that in mind as I move forward, because there's some other perspectives about that maybe don't align. When we look at kind of across all these different teachers that we worked with across different years of experience, they were working with different students, we see an emerging saturation of ideas across these teachers, and emerging ideas surrounding the role of nativeness, of first languages, of standard or traditional Englishes. And in this case, maybe quite a mixed view, where teachers who were first language English speakers of English tended to be more open to having different language backgrounds represented in teachers, whereas teachers who had come from a second language background tended to be more critical of the representation of language and thinking that they needed more native speaker representation. So there was a bit of a difference of opinion there. But generally, there was a joined up perspective about the value of this research. And so then we thought, okay, what can we do with this? How can we bring this to publishers or assessment developers? So that was our next port of call. And so this is kind of building on previous work that I'd done in this area, thinking about publishers and editorial teams typically seeing value in corpus linguistics and see it as useful for signaling useful language or developing kind of authentic sounding listening scripts. But what had come about early on in this work was that there were challenges surrounding the representation of speakers. And so whether or not things like national corpora are particularly useful for materials developers who are working in an international and global stage. And so this was something that, again, I think that comes out in this later work. Similarly, in the area of assessment, corpora, some work I did in that has shown that it can reveal how people may be disadvantaged owing to particular learner backgrounds as that relates to assessment criteria. And so corpora can be used to develop localized training materials. And so I wanted to kind of expand on this early work to kind of get a sense of what these stakeholders would think. And I wanted to do that in response to the teachers' voices. So it wasn't just my ideas or Geraldine's ideas, but it was also the teachers' ideas. And so we ran a couple of focus groups with 10 participants who were made up of assessment developers and publishers. And we asked them a set of questions that you can see on the board here. These relate to the kinds of things that the teachers talked about effectively. And when we look at this, generally what we found were that there were some key themes that emerged. Research was again seen as important, but what started to happen was that we felt the need to disambiguate the notion of research. Are we talking about action research, linguistic research, market research? Research doesn't necessarily mean the same thing to all of these different stakeholders. However, they did acknowledge that corpus linguistics was key. They said things like corpus linguistic and linguistic research can be of high value to the teaching and testing of English. Corpus linguistics can be used to inform choices with regard to lexis and grammar, so that's great. But generally with assessment, there seemed to be more of a challenge owing to the need to benchmark against some kind of standard, and also different kinds of areas of research influencing their practices, like focus on issues related to validity and fairness, for example. One of the topics I want to spotlight on, because this is something that came across throughout all of the stakeholders that we engaged with, was the focus on the native speaker model. And actually publishers were particularly critical of this, thinking that we need to address the misrepresentation of the native speaker as the ideal model and balance this with relation to assessment. But in particular, there was questions around pronunciation, thinking about what pronunciation models would be effective, but a lot of the kind of conversations moved towards a focus on a variety. So having a variety of different language varieties and language speakers represented, and not all native speakers, which for me was a heartening response. And this same kind of theme emerged in the context of assessment. However, they acknowledged that this was particularly a challenge, and so pointed to the idea that we need to think about context and whether or not these kind of linguistic norms will be of value in different contexts and for different kinds of speakers. So I think from this, what we could see is that influencing assessment with corpus linguistics appears to be one of the most challenging pathways that we can forge. And this is, I guess, increasingly challenging for language education more generally, as what we see is a lot of washback from assessment practices influencing materials development, curriculum design, etc., not just in course books, but also at a national level in kind of ministries of education, for example. So this is something that I think really is the next path of where we need to think about how can corpus linguistics solve this problem. So I guess kind of reflecting on that, what can we say that we've seen in this research? Well, we see that there are noticeable differences between conversations in course books and the language of conversations. We also see that when teachers engage with this research, that they have an increased kind of awareness of its value. So they talked about the idea of even sharing this type of, messy spoken language with lower levels, kind of exposing them to that earlier, thinking about contextualization for conversation. So they acknowledge that we still sometimes need some maybe inauthentic language in order to be able to act as a vehicle for grammar and vocabulary. But what they had suggested, which I think is quite a nice suggestion, is that for dialogues, we can have an opening paragraph at the top that gives a bit of context, and that leaves the dialogue to be a bit more authentic. It doesn't need to carry all the weight of the language and the grammar, etc. And when we brought this to publishers, they actually were quite responsive to this too, and thought this was a good idea. So that will be a nice change and maybe a way that we can modify the representation of spoken language. Generally, across these three stakeholders, we saw that there were multiple differing perspectives, but there was a core shared value for this type of information. But also what we saw is that by bringing the teachers' voices forward and bringing those into the center of our conversations with these other global stakeholders, there was an engagement not just with our research, but what the end users of the kinds of things they develop will do with that research and what they will think about that research. Ultimately, I think that the main challenges we have going forward is for corpus linguistics and assessment is there's a tension between authenticity and learner, teacher, and contextual needs. And the case of the study, really, we started as a small pilot and we added more bits to it, and we felt that we needed to explore new methodological avenues in order to be able to complement the corpus linguistic research. And I guess looking forward, the idea would be to see how we can do this then at a larger scale. So thank you very much. I hope that you found that helpful or interesting, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Niall. I'm afraid we don't have time to ask any questions. I'm being told by Suhat to invite participants to email both you and I.
Actually, our workshops are starting just now, so it has been a great pleasure to have you all here. It was a very interesting colloquium. We learned a lot about medical communication, about corpus linguistics in education, and about what Robbie talked about in the beginning, casual conversation. So thank you so much. We are truly grateful. Actually, it was my fault. I should have added more, like 30 minutes for extra questions. I didn't, it was like something that I didn't take in mind, so sorry about that, but it was really amazing. Thank you so much for all the interesting talks. And if you have any questions to the speakers, please do send them directly, maybe to Pavel or to all of them via emails. Thanks, Pavel. Thanks, Robbie. Thanks, Emma. And thanks, Niall. It was a great pleasure to have you here today. Thank you so much for all the ideas you shared with us.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I was gonna say thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to you, Suhad, for the invite, and thank you for all the participation. And I hope this has been informative and enjoyable. Thanks to everyone.
It was indeed. Thank you so much.